Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, allow me to welcome you to today's sitting. During yesterday's sitting, we communicated that the mining and mineral bill was returned from the president, and we referred it to the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources for reconsideration. And during today's sitting, we will have the report ready and the bill for passing. The work has been done, and this is what we want in the 11th Parliament, the efficiency and effectiveness of committees. I am impressed with the committee. Honorable members, Joan raised a very important matter yesterday on the issue of accidents in the roads, on the roads. There are so many matters that are coming up on the issues of accidents. We may need a comprehensive report on the issue of accidents that are happening on the road, both day and night, and what action the ministry is taking to intervene on that. We also had an issue that was not resolved, and all those matters must be resolved tomorrow. The ministers should come and update the House on the issues that were raised tomorrow. I want to thank you so much for coming to the House. Can we look at matters of national importance? Honorable Sheva.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance relating to a press release that indicated the enhancement of salary for UPDF top officials, and it came out right on 12th July and signed by the UPDF spokesperson, Brigadier General Felix Kulaije. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't contend pay rise to the generals or the top officials in the army. What perturbed me in that communication, that specific pay rise of 100% was made only on the senior officers. Right Honorable Speaker, in the economic times we are in as a country, we have lower ranked officers who are serving well this country, and when they see that pay rise and they are not considered, Right Honorable Speaker, it puts us in a very difficult situation. Right Honorable Speaker, remember we are still grappling with the indiscriminate pay rise for teachers, and here we are dealing with indiscriminate pay rise for the army generals. Right Honorable Speaker, if there was any kind of pay rise at the moment, it would have considered the lower ranked office. Like this as a country, and we pick some few group and we look at this group and we respond only to those ones, we are dealing with a big problem for the country. Right Honorable Speaker, it's long overdue. We have demanded a salary review commission in this country that can put salaries, and these salaries for everyone can be managed properly. And here we are today, the science teachers are increased. Tomorrow, UPDF generals are increased. And how are we going to continue like this? Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that the Prime Minister or whoever is or government comes here and explain to the fate of the lower ranked officers what is going to happen to them given the economic times. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we need a salary review commission in this country so that people are paid equally on what they're supposed to pay. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick. Minister. Oh.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Patrick, whom I had watched him on the same narrative about the selective pay. The intention of the Ministry of Defense and government as a whole would be to make it available, increase pay for everyone. Whereas we are not bothered to know how many generals were considered. If it will interest this House, I think a formal statement can be brought to indicate exactly what happened. The last time the junior officers from captain and below got pay rise in 2018, the others from major upwards to the general, they never got. And the number of majors to generals are fewer, considering the economic situation that we have, which is still unpredictable. It would have been the intention of government to increase for everyone. And but as I've said before, if it is something that needs to be clarified, I'm trying to clarify it that
Clarification.
There is a clarification
I'm
from your neighbor.
clarifying, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the senior from Wukidi, the minister, for his submission. But however, at the same time, Right Honorable Speaker and my colleagues, when issues of increment of salaries of forces come, they only talk about UPDF, the soldiers. I'm therefore seeking clarification from the minister. Why don't we talk about other forces like the Uganda Police Force whenever you are talking about salary increment and the Uganda prisons? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I think what we need to do is to insist that we need a salary review commission. And once we have a salary review commission, that will cater for all sectors, irrespective of, it will equalize the salaries of people. And we cannot say, Honorable Minister, the economic situation, you can't also say you're only giving the big people, if it is true. Everybody needs to be treated equally.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think that's the same thinking of government. And take it from me that the salaries of other categories of officers will have to wait.
Honorable members, free sitting, kindly don't stand. You can cross over this side.
We'll have to wait the general salary review. And we believe that government is going to come up with a position on this matter that will comfort everyone, including Honorable Macho's concerns. Everyone in Uganda who is a public servant or a civil servant.
So when do we have the commission in place? When can we have the commission in place?
Madam Speaker, we can inform the House when the salary review commission will be in place in the course of next week, because they need these consultations with the cabinet.
Executive, this helps you. And whatever is being raised is in good faith. It helps the whole country, it helps everybody. Much has talked about police, another one will talk about prison, another one will talk about another institution. So we need a commission in place, and you report back next week on the status. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, Article 29(1)(c) of the Constitution guarantees that all persons have the right to freedom to thought, conscience, and religion, and this right includes the freedom to manifest religion and belief in worship, observance, practice, and teaching. In total violation of this article, in Islam, a veil is part and parcel of a woman's clothing. It is not decorative. Islamic faith, it is not decorative nor ornamental, as may be perceived by the officials at the passport office. It has been manifested in different schools also around the country that Muslim girls are not allowed to adorn headscarves on forms. Madam Speaker, specifically, the Quran in chapter 24, verse 31, Allah commands all Muslim believing women to, among others, wrap a portion of their heads with the exception of the face, with a veil over their chest, and not to expose any unveiled part to any person they are not related to. Exceptions can be made, but cannot be in a way that exposes a woman, a Muslim woman, forever, just like a passport photograph does. Madam Speaker, for emphasis, according to the guidelines for passport photographs of the International Civil Aviation Authority, organization ICAO, which are responsible for standardizing travel documents, head covering for religious reasons are permitted for passport photos, so long as the facial features from the bottom to the chin, to the top of the forehead, and both edges of the face are shown clearly. Madam Speaker, the act of coercing Muslim women to unveil derogates and impairs their freedom to practice their religion and manifest as such. This deprives Muslim women the right to practice their religion as guaranteed by the Constitution. Further, Madam Speaker, these actions are discriminative since persons who manifest other religious practices are not forced by the schools or passport offices to remove their clothing before services are offered. Right Honorable Speaker, it is this august House that is comprised of the people's representative that can help to redeem the feelings of the Muslim women that feel discriminated. My prayer, I pray that this Parliament intervenes into this matter, restrains the passport office and schools from violating Muslims' freedom to practice their religion and manifest such practice. So I pray.
Thank you so much. I got the same information, a same complaint from nuns, that is from the Catholic Church. And we must address both of them, the nuns and the Muslims. Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank my colleague for the question. I request that you give government some little time, like in a week, we shall come up with a report. A report on why they allow.
Of course, the report will include an action.
Yes, because you know the nuns, the Muslims. So I think that's the best way I can do it.
Not squeeze water from a rock. If the Prime Minister says she's coming with a report and action taken and what can be done. I am also aware that there was a letter written by the Uganda Muslim Council on that, and it is with immigrations. So the minister will come with a report to that effect and what we can do best to solve this problem, because we must give everybody freedom. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Aloysius Mukasa Tolton Gold is my name, Member of Parliament representing Kluvaga South. I rise on a matter of national importance in regards to the unregulated use of marijuana by some of our citizens with a misconception that it cures the effects of COVID-19 and other diseases. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we all know that at the time of COVID-19 pandemic broke out, no one was prepared for it, and not even the scientists were aware. So this state of affair forced our people to improvise with using traditional remedies, including concoctions made from local herbs, in order to fight the coronavirus infection. While it is not medically proven to have curative capacity against COVID-19 disease, marijuana is one of the herbs that is believed by our local people as potentially effective in suppressing coronavirus infection. For this reason, many local people resorted to use of marijuana leaves, both as an immune booster and as a local remedy in fighting COVID-19. Right, Honorable Speaker, while COVID-19 may no longer be a big threat to Ugandans, the practice of consuming marijuana, especially as an immune booster, has persisted. So the practice involves drinking fresh marijuana leaves by immersing it in hot water and consuming it as tea. So this is also a belief that this concoction is a natural remedy in the treatment of cough. So this practice has, however, resulted in two serious consequences. As a result, cases of mental disorder are on the rise in the communities, domestic violence has increased, criminality is on the rise, and youth or even juveniles have adopted use of marijuana, which is classified under drugs in the law that govern this country. My plea, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want this House to move the Minister for Health to kick off a mass sensitization campaign on dangers associated with the use of marijuana, with an intention to discourage people who are unknowingly or knowingly using it as a natural remedy against certain diseases. Second, the National Drug Authority should make a clarification on the risks or the benefits of marijuana use. Finally, if there are health benefits associated with marijuana, matter and come up with guidelines for use, not for safe use of this weed. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the goal. And if you remember in 2016, this parliament enacted an act on the narcotic drugs, which marijuana was part of it. All what we need is to enforcement of what was passed in the act. Honorable Minister, Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker, you are spot on. The use of marijuana is illegal in Uganda. And therefore, all those who are using marijuana are committing an offense. A country. We shall continue to sensitize our people. The Minister of Health, when I was still there, the content is that law that we are putting in place, putting together, because other countries are using the same in terms of treatment. So we shall come up with a law to regulate that. However, as of now, the use of marijuana is illegal.
Thank you. If you look at that act, Schedule 2 of the act is talking about marijuana. And what is left is enforcement. Now, the enforcement, that's why we're saying, when we pass some of these laws, the ministers should take it upon themselves to popularize the act. But nothing has been done. And the member is asking for us to make another law, which law is already there. What we need is implementation. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I hear the Prime Minister talking about now enforcing a law on marijuana. But right now as we speak, large-scale marijuana is being grown commercially in this country. I'm aware of farms in Kasese. I'm aware of farms in many other parts of the country. Butambala is Mira. I'm on clarification. So, two, the global trend, countries that we have all gone to now, marijuana is on the open. Actually, the normal trend now is not to abolish. The normal trend is to regulate, sensitize, and let people grow. Because it's medicinal, it's needed for commercial purposes. It's pharmaceuticals all over the world are making billions of dollars in growing Mira. So African countries are lagging behind in pharmaceutical. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, in the last parliament, a trend was here.
Maybe before all comes in the same act of the 2016 that you passed, they call it cannabis, meaning the marijuana. But in the same act, it allows the Minister of Health to give you permission to grow for medical purpose, commercial, the big ones, not the one that is being sold around that is causing some mental health. Yes or
Right, Honorable Speaker, you've clearly taken it from the pieces of legislation I wanted to refer to, but also for the record, the Honorable Member of Parliament from Butambala, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, should have been on record, because for the last 12 years or so, I know him very well. The submission he's making here, he should have made it with the rider after disclosing his interest. Because he has a conflict of interest. He's a marijuana farmer. He's a Mira farmer. So,
Honorable, I hope that was a joke.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me put it on record. Let me put it on record. I don't have any personal business interest in marijuana or Mira growing. I come from Butambala, and I'm very clear on the outside of this parliament.
But you have on the cannabis.
Where Mira is usually commercial and popularly grown. And as you remember, I made a very passionate case for continued growth of Mira in this country. I'm on record of this parliament. and I can't run away from it. I'm here to make also another case to urge government to go the whole way and regularize on how individuals who want to grow commercially marijuana can do so. It's a huge business. It can change lives. It can give us billions of money.
Honorable members? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, the Honorable OO tongue in cheek is running away from responsibility and trying to look for the usual soft targets he hits with no success. Marijuana growing unlicensed, Right Honorable Speaker, is lawful in this country. And all we know are people with licenses. Will the Prime Minister clarify to this country whether government has track of where the growers supply, including quantities and market? Because we could be blaming actually consumers that are not growers. The growers are known and licensed by government. Does she have record, that the government have record of quantities grown by the licensed growers and therefore their channels of supply so that we can track where to stop the vice? Right, Honorable Speaker.
I think what government should just do is to regularize popularize the act, the law, and make sure that the people who are doing that are brought to book. And they can also give us a list of the people who have been given permits to grow marijuana. And remember, the law says, no, it is only for medical purpose. I don't think any minister sells any marijuana anywhere. Veronica?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to highlight the plight of the people of Migaju, Remiliti, Chakajiga, and Chiteni, all in Komansimbi districts. Right Honorable Speaker, Bukomansimbi district benefited from the government program under which valley dams were dug and constructed for both livestock and domestic use. Over the last 3 months, Honorable Speaker, we have lost 8 people. Among others, we have Mr. Mutabazi Sovga, Musasizi, and Mr. Kavumbari. They all met their death while they drew water for home use. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the government, while constructing these dams, do fence off the dams, otherwise we are likely to lose many people. Secondly, I request, or we request as people of Komansimbi that pumps are installed at the dams to enable communities collect water without having access to the dams.
Thank you. First of all, Prime Minister, I want to thank you so much that the front desk is full. Congratulations. And we are happy when you ministers are here. We are really very happy to have you here. Some time back, Honorable Veronica came and said there was a drought in the area. Government took an initiative and put dams, which was a very good initiative, really, a very good initiative. We want to thank government for the initiative. Now she has come back. The dams are killing people. Honorable Prime Minister.
That Honorable Speaker, I have the Minister of Agriculture here, but nevertheless, no life should be lost. So we need to protect everybody. The dams that were constructed in Bukomansimbi, now that the Minister of Agriculture is here, I'm directing you to go to Bukomansimbi and make sure that those dams are fenced off.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you are directed to go to Bukama Simbi and ensure that the dams are fenced. Not just going, fenced.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take the directive and in good faith, and I'll move as soon as possible to the field and I'll report back.
And when you're going to the constituency, kindly go with a member of parliament.
Much-
I want to request all the ministers, when you go to our constituencies, kindly inform us and go with us.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
I want to thank Honorable Kasai, was in my constituency and was there representing me and talking for me. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you for your indulgence. I want to thank the Prime Minister for a quick directive. But the entirety of the members' prayers have not been considered. Fencing off means no access. The member made the point that the fencing is necessary and then pumping. That's the commitment you wanted on record, whether you have resources, provide pumps, not fencing off.
Honorable members.
That Honorable Speaker, as long as NRM is in power under the wise leadership of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we shall be putting things in order. And therefore, I want to direct you, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, to go and also put the pumps for people to enjoy, irrespective of their political affiliation.
Honorable member, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the pumps should be there and should be fenced. Order. Members. Let's
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take the directive again and promise that I will go to the field, not only to fence, but also to put a micro system to pump water from the dam for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for guiding us very well. But the procedure matter I'm raising is in regard to the Prime Minister. I know they are in power after having stolen us. Now, will it be procedure okay? If whenever she comes there in power, we shall also respond that you stole us. Will that be good procedure?
Order.
Will that be procedure okay in this house? Because I've been here, I know the Prime Minister can respond.
No.
But sometimes the statement of we are in power, we are saying you stole our power. We warn you. So would it be procedure required, no speaker, to proceed that form where the Prime Minister will come and members are raising their serious issues, but sometimes it becomes a little funny by maintaining their system of stealing our votes. Chagulanyi won this country. Yes.
Honorable members.
Otherwise, shall we
Honorable
proceed like
member.
that as no speaker?
Honorable members. The Prime Minister did not say it on microphone, so I don't take it as, can you? Now you're speaking like somebody from where?
Well, no speaker from Karungu, West Constituency.
Now, Honorable Musomesa. Musomesa, that was a light moment for the House. What would happen after a holiday? People have been busy. That was a light moment. Honorable Nambose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the answer, I'm Nambozo.
Nambozo Wamala.
Yes,
Lawrence,
yes, Right Honorable
from
Speaker.
Sironko District.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, and the House, I rise on a matter of national importance concerning a panorama news that was on NTV on Sunday night on 17th July. It involved a one Hamisi Mao, the executive director of African Center for Green Economy. He was talking about Uganda drilling oil, and he actually said in his own words that it is very hazardous to this environment. Right, Honorable Speaker, oil was discovered in 2006, and that was a commercial discovery. The policies and laws are already in place. And when you look at his argument, he seemed to mean that a one size fits all. The issues of other countries may not be the same issues of Uganda. Madam, fuel tankers across from the other countries through Uganda to another country. Madam Speaker, they are in hundreds or thousands. When you calculate the emissions they leave in Uganda as a country, Madam Speaker, it is overwhelming. And Madam Speaker, Uganda did an impact assessment and environmental screening before this was all in place. Madam Speaker, approximately 2.5 billion, 2 billion are expected annually for revenue in 20 years. Madam Speaker, Uganda is heavily indebted. Our debt burden is big, and we are looking at oil to save this nation. But when you listen to this executive director, he seems to imply that poverty is better than the risk that we would take. My prayers, Madam Speaker. I am praying that the impact assessment report be brought to this House for members to look at it and debate. And two, that if indeed the animals are at a great risk, is it possible to extend the national park further north, at least by 1 or 2 kilometers in the Albertine Graben? And lastly, Madam Speaker, is that the Minister of Energy, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Energy comes to this House and speaks to the nation about this talk from this Hamisi Mao, because sometimes it has just been a phrase from someone and the country is plunged into a disaster. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kasai.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This is negative publicity that is carried around the globe about Ugandan oil. And it would be a shame for us as Ugandans to go and it's going to turn the economy and the lives of Uganda around. And all of us should actually go out and oppose those negative forces. Secondly, an environmental impact assessment was done on what we are doing to extract oil that we discovered. We are not doing it without science in it. A lot of science has been put in place to make sure that we extract the discoveries of oil in this country in a safe manner. And we shall also endeavor to deliver this fuel to the market in a safe manner. The studies have been done. Secondly, you said the park should be extended to north. That's still negative publicity. The environmental impact assessment, which was carried out, takes care of this, and there is going to be little disturbance of the parks. There is no need to talk about moving those animals out of where they are. The oil is going to be extracted and is going to be passed underground to deliver it to where we want, and the animals will be protected. If anything, we are discussing with the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, how do we plow the resources which will accrue from our petroleum to enhance tourism How do we attract more tourism? The investment which is going to come is actually going to enhance other parts of the economy, including tourism and wildlife. So this is the negative publicity. The impact, the environmental impact assessment report is available to benefit from it. And we are actually publishing, we are going to popularize that environmental impact assessment. But as a country and all of us parliamentarians, I would request of you, let's go out to fight negative publicity of what we have discovered. We have talked in international fora about our petroleum products, and we're actually fighting hard. And as a country, let's not be shy to talk about what is ours. Many times you ask us about the fuel prices. The only way we can have a check on skyrocketing fuel prices is when we succeed to produce our own oil, to drive our economy. So thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, in 2008, there was an oil and gas policy which clearly spells out the role of every stakeholder in the oil and gas. And that includes the environmental issues. It was in 2008. My request to members is to go and acquaint yourself with these policies, with the official government policy and the laws which are in place. And that would help us to counter these kind of rumors that are outside there. So speak from the formed point of view. And these policies are there, the laws are there in regards to oil and gas. So we should be able to get that. Luanga.
And thank you so much.
Members, be brief.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Honorable Ranga Jime, representing the people of Njero Municipality in the Muyukwe District. I'm about the lack of electricity in my electoral area. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Njero Municipality is a home to 2 hydropower dams of Bujagari in Waksi Division and Nalubale in Njero Central Division. Right Honorable Speaker, recently when government was constructing the Bujagari hydropower dam, it promised the people that gave in their land for the construction of the dam an electricity distribution all over the villages in the municipality. However, it is not even a 20% of electricity distribution in Njero Municipality. Being that Njero Municipality is now growing into an industrious municipality, Right Honorable Speaker, it is very important and urgent that the communities around these industries also benefit from the electricity that is being powered from the dams. My prayers, therefore, is that power extension be given the urgency it needs so that our people don't become a danger to our dear Mabeda forest. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Nakato, on the same.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the same note, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put this at your desk, that Uganda is also underserved. With due respect to the leaders, problem, as in we had some other investors who had brought some factories and smaller scale industries in the district, but majority of them have closed them down because there is no power. Even at the district level, we have an institution also of a nursing school that cannot run a school, moreover a tertiary institution, using a generator. Right Honorable Speaker, it is good we have the minister concerned to electricity or energy here. Out of 100, Buyende and Kamuli served 10% of the electricity. During the time of Urea, during the time of Umeme, we have been left behind. Right, Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that you really consider these two districts. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, members, whoever has issues of electricity, please get all your issues and forward it to Minister of Energy. Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. On Buikwe, we understand the fate of Buikwe. And Buikwe, Yauman MP has been in the office, and I promised that we are going to have a survey of Buikwe.
Thank you, no Minister. Honorable Speaker, in 2015, we passed a loan here. And among the beneficiary districts, Kamuli was among them, even of them, which were supposed to be rectified in the whole district. Now, when we hear a matter coming from Kamuli, it's not fair. So, Honorable Minister, could you take keen interest with the area to establish, because I'm also going to raise the same matter. There are about 6 districts, Honorable Speaker. They are supposed to be having electricity everywhere with the free meters. But up to now, people are demanding for meters, but what you can buy. But if you cannot afford, then wait until we bring free meters. But they have meters to sell at 700, but they don't have free meters, which were part of the contract that was within the loan. That's not fair. So, Honorable Speaker, I think the minister should come back and explain these loans. Kamuli should not be among those districts, and the Kalungu, that's another 3.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, we need a comprehensive report on not only those districts, on the entire country, because there is a loan which was approved in this house.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I take the directive. However, I wish to point out to everybody, we intend to have electricity cover the whole country, one way, the other, by 2030.
Honorable Minister, we approved the loan in this house. Yes. And that loan was not meant to give us power in 2030. We want an immediate status report and how that loan has been used. Can we have that report next week on Tuesday?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Most obliged. We shall bring a report on that loan which was approved by this House.
No, in all the districts.
Right, Honorable.
Using that loan.
That loan couldn't have covered the whole country.
There are areas that were pointed out that were supposed to be covered by that money. Can you give us a report to that effect?
Most obliged. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mara. We'll discuss about electricity when he brings the report.
Very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on an urgent matter of national importance regarding the invasion of Otuke villages by some armed people who went there and cut down rice plantations, banana plantations, and fruit farms. Right, Honorable Speaker, just to give you a perspective, the recent U-boat statistics shows that Otuke is the third poorest district in Uganda, with a per capita income of $64. And because of the adverse weather conditions in season 1, just like Karamoja, we have been hit hard because of crop failures. And I've been to the office of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I've written a letter there begging for food, which we haven't yet received. Right Honorable Speaker, we were recently, after all these things, witnessed with a great sense of trepidation and consternation about this invasion of armed people who went to Otuke without informing the RDC, without informing the chairman, the police, DISO, and went to the villages and cut down our plants. And yet we are in famine and we are in poverty. Right Honorable Speaker, the farms that were affected were for our model farmers. And as you know, the president has a model farm in my constituency. And we had picked on these 3 people to scale up and demonstrate to the rest of other people. And these people were targeted, we don't know why. One of the fellows is called Lengajino, whose 84 banana stems were cut off, worth about 5 million shillings. Okulo Sam, sugarcane, pawpaws, avocados, these are fruits that the president has been advocating for, were all cut down, worth about 7 million. And then Okulo David, his 30 acres of rice fields were chopped down, and other matoke fields, total about 5 million. And all these I know get word, to get town council.
Honorable Mara,
Yes, please.
was it in your district where they were showing, social media
Yes.
was showing when they were slashing?
Exactly. What you people saw on the social media was actually from Otuke. Right Honorable Speaker, 2 of these farmers were arrested, that is Okulo Sam and Okulo David were arrested and taken to Otuke District Police Station. And they were forced, each one of them, to pay 1 million shillings so that they can violations against our people's food rights. It's a fulcrum that rallies people against an establishment, and it's something that we must completely reject. Right Honorable Speaker, this poor implementation of government policy and presidential directives loaded with incompetence and injustice of attacking soft spots, targets, and looting from them must be repudiated. Right Honorable Speaker, instead what we have witnessed in Kampala is lack of action by the Ministry of Water and Environment in Kampala.
There is information.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to give honorable colleague and the House some additional information, where I also seek clarification from government. Last Sunday, I was in Kasilo attending a burial. I was shocked when the LC3 of Bugondo, while addressing the mourners, informed the mourners that if you have grown rice in the wetlands, I have got instructions from the president's office through RDCs who have received 1,000 slashers. We are going to slash all the rice in the wetlands. So now, Right Honorable Speaker, maybe the government needs to clarify whether that's the position of government. We know very well the president said some people from Eastern Bukedi, they will be compensated, but others who are in the wetlands should be chased. So, Madam Speaker, this would be the time government would think of giving these people amnesty, given that we are facing famine crisis. They would be given amnesty for this season, let them harvest, but they should not return there. So I was really much perturbed. I also saw that thing on the video, or which honorable. So we really want to know whether government has given these directives. RDCs have got slashers to have rice garden slash. It's really very disturbing. Or they are doing it out of their own. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Can you conclude with this?
Speaker, we have seen that the Minister of water and environment, they are implementing this policy in a very wrong way. Kampala, like the way to Kulambiro, Kisasi, people are actually taken over. Wetland, if you look at the road going to Kawempe to Kajansi, factories have taken over and they have diverted even water. So, Right Honorable Speaker, here are my prayers.
Can you give us your prayers?
My prayers are for: one, the victims whose rice fields, banana plantations, fruit were destroyed, be compensated by government of Uganda, estimated at 19 million shillings. The gunmen and their co-conspirators.
How did you arrive at 19 million?
They counted the number of banana plantation and the rice, about 30 acres.
That is not.
They can verify. They can verify. They can verify. The gunmen and their co-conspirators be investigated, arrested, and charged in courts of law for illegal and criminal trespass, destruction of food crops, and getting money from our people forcefully. The other one, number 3, the Ministry of Water and Environment, which we know has not implemented this policy very well, and their activities, their service delivery has been quite a bit symbolic, being made to apply environmental laws judiciously, but not capriciously. And the last one, the Office of the Prime Minister, and I'm happy she's here, to provide food, urgent food relief to the people of Otuke, because right now, the RDC has informed me 22 Karamojongs have arrived in my constituency. We need food. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member, what have the Karamojong come to do in your area?
We don't know. I've just received even a photograph. The RDC is having a meeting with them now.
What is the relationship between the Karamojong and the army men that
We don't know. The RDC is having a meeting with them, and we really need to find a way of handling them. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I would like to lay the evidence.
Which evidence is that?
Of the crops that were cut, the arrests that were made by the police of these people here, so for record purposes. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister, that issue was raised by Honorable Dur Jonathan, and we said as a house, we could allow these people harvest their rice. And when you look at the rice which was being slashed, the rice was almost ready. This would help us even to avert that. So, Honorable Prime Minister, I know you're going to take an action, please. Let the information on it. You're from Otuke. I thought you spoke for Otuke.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, yeah, I want to thank you so much for the little minutes you've given me.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, and what my colleagues has raised on the floor, it happened in my constituents on the 12th and on the 13th this month. And it is true what happened. And the information and the clarification what I wanted to give our minister. The community of Otuke, they're really appealing as well if they would give them a demarcation for the wetland boundary. Secondly, those who their crops were destroyed, they are requesting if the government cannot come up with money for compensation, they should give them food. Over 30 years, Otuke has suffered about the cattle rustling. And Honorable Polo just mentioned, our RDC just called here at 12 o'clock. He talked to us. Our brothers and sisters, mostly women and children, just walk from Karamoja region right now, 22 of them, they're settled in Otuke, in Okwon Town Council. And the community are
You're
gathering.
saying the women have moved from Karamoja?
Yes, women and children. There are 22 in numbers. Right now, they're collecting food to make sure they cook for them, but later in the evening, they must walk back home. So you see the situation where Otuke people are going through. Honorable Speaker,
And the
Minister,
people and the women are harmless.
they're harmless. They're walking majestically like those who are going for wedding, and the children. And yeah.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the issue of Otuke is already reported in my office by the woman MP. And now the information we have got from our brothers will help us to do thorough investigation. Honorable colleagues, the ministry has a directive from cabinet to see that we restore our environment. But following the situation under which we are, and of course knowing that our people are in dire need of food, I request you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me handle this in my office as leader of government business, involving the ministries of agriculture, ministries of water and security. One, to investigate whether, my brother has talked of 19 million. I don't know whether he got this figure from the chief government valuer. But the office of the Prime Minister, we have a problem of our brothers in Karamoja, but that does not mean that we shall not provide food. Then two, we agreed in cabinet to demarcate the boundaries of our people. We have the size which is known, a number of meters from a wetland, such that our people know that when I am using this garden at such and such a point, I am not supposed to cross over. So this is going to be done across the country, not only in Atuke. We shall start with these wetlands of Chibuku, you are aware. Kampala is a hot spot and we shall handle it head on. All those areas we're talking about, Rueza and everywhere. So colleagues, I want you to take a note of the following. One, that investigations into those that went to Atuke and destroyed people's food will be carried on. Clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when we are talking about rice growing in wetlands, the new cabinet decision in order to do away with people who are doing agriculture in the wetlands, is it backed with research and good observation that rice growing in a wetland takes it away or degrades it in any way? Because we have been in certain countries in which rice growing is done in wetlands, and the wetlands have not been taken away. Why shouldn't we allow people to use these wetlands profitably and allow this country grow more food and feed this population? We shouldn't have had.
There is an order from Ross. Are you on order? You're on information. In order, Madam. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The point of order I would like to raise to my colleague is the fact that we're saying, the government is saying that they must restore the wetlands so that we do not have continued degradation. Therefore, is he in order to say that the wetlands should continue to be used for growing other than allowing the current people who have their rights to finish it and let us have the wetlands be reclaimed? Thank you. Honorable members. Honorable members. Prime Minister, can you give us your response to that?
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, if other countries are degrading their environment, we should not follow suit. You are aware that the ecological benefit we get when, for example, our people engage in production of fish is more. We have examples. Madam Speaker, protect me from my sister. Madam Speaker, please protect me.
You talk.
Honorable colleagues, Ministry of Agriculture has come up with statistics that if we encourage our people to do fish farming in our wetlands, they will benefit more. There is a pond in one of the districts where our farmers are harvesting fish and getting 65 million per year. How much money do our people get from rice? So we agreed in cabinet that let us now encourage our people to go fish farming. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, like I requested you, honorable members, to allow me, my office and members, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Ministry of Wetlands, and my office to do investigation, then we shall come up with a report. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, I want to refer you to the NEMA Act in regards to use of wetlands in Uganda. Read it very carefully. Understand the law was passed by you yourselves. So you use that law before you start putting emotions. Masila?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this another golden chance. You made me proud in the last session that I was number 2 in my region in Bugisu. After Honorable Nandala, on the number of times, of course, a few times I rose on this floor. I'm Musila John for the record, Buvolo East in the Misindo district. I hope that you will do the same this session, Madam Speaker, with your stamina, intellect, and of course, undoubtedly, your beauty.
Honorable Musila, can you speak? Speak, please go ahead. Honorable Musila, speak your point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise on a matter of national importance, which was an issue, and it is now a concern in Bugisu. Around the same time, Madam Speaker, I spoke last year about the cracks and the possible landslides in Bugisu. I told this house about the 40-kilometer crack. But now we also have isolated areas, especially in my backyard, in Bumbo Town Council, in a ward called Bibale. It is looming disaster. I want to tell the House today, our response has not been there. I warned last year, Madam Speaker. Bugisu is blessed with rains. Even right now as I talk, rains are pounding. But again, those ones, I mean, the rains also bring disaster, possible disaster. I am worried, Madam Speaker, that we may suffer landslides again. I have, with your permission, carried evidence of it. If with your permission, I will lay them before me on the table so that the ministry responsible can move to Bugisu. But I want also to say, completely ever since we won, the ministries concerned have never done whatever they are supposed to do. And this is in line with our national objective enshrined in Objective 23 of the Constitution of this country. My prayer, therefore, is that the Ministry of Disaster especially visits these places with looming danger. And especially, Madam Speaker, with landslides, they warn. God is very good. They warn fast. The cracks, you see them gaping and becoming larger. And for now, it is worse. So I want my prayer to the ministry, one, to expedite the issue of Bonambotier resettlement. Secondly, to also establish evacuation camps, if possible, so that in the case of an emergency of a disaster, people can be evacuated to such safe places.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Musila reported the same thing. And these are things that, these are Honorable ambitious constituency. Whereas you're crying for drought somewhere, for them, they have the rain. But also rain causes disaster. We need to take an action on what he has raised, and you need to see what is happening on ground. Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is not true that the government has done nothing. Last week, I was in that area on instruction from the president. We vividly saw the crack, and we saw in the cliffs. We also have a plan, that Honorable Speaker. We already have a plan that we are shifting people from those areas to Bulambutie in Bulambuli district. Construction is going on. We had stalled a bit because remember, because of COVID, money was not there because of suppression. But now we have money appropriated by this parliament. We are going to start on the construction, serious construction by Army Brigade. Then two, the meteorological department has given us warnings, and they have been there many times. And we are saying those people must shift down, especially those who are in the cliffs. Then two, we are also saying urbanization. We are using NGOs to get some little funding. You are aware, Give directly brought a budget here, and we are going to fund those people to come down in the urban centers and have at least protect their lives. Then three, Honorable Speaker, we want to afforestate, but plant forests. Such that when we remove these people down, they don't go back. The fact is, even those who shifted last year, they just marry another wife and take the new house and then go back. This is what is happening, colleagues. So we want, after shifting these people, plant trees for government, or plant these and these other, yes, so that these people can now get money out of it. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is not true that government is doing nothing. We only, I think, have not given the member information. Thank you so much.
And really, that's why I was saying, whenever you go to somebody's constituency, inform him, inform the members of parliament.
Colleagues, last week we were together with my brother. He's aware of everything. I was there with Honorable Nandutu. Nandutu, please come and give more information. Come and give more information.
Chairman, BCU.
Come and give more information. You are disturbing my minister. Give information about the plans.
Madam Speaker.
Chairman, BCU.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Nandutu, you'll talk after.
Yeah, Nandutu can speak anytime because they were working together in their helicopter that day. So, Madam Speaker, you have raised a very important issue. This House agreed that any government official, especially ministers, if you're going in somebody's constituency, you must inform him or her in advance.
Yes.
I want to really confirm that that weekend, which she's talking about, I was in Eastern Uganda, I was in Bale. She came with a helicopter. She jumped, I think, from in Maruku, went to again. Of course, they just jump. These ones, they just jump. Then went to Namisindwa.
Honorable Nathan, this is the Prime Minister of Uganda. She did not jump.
Madam Speaker, you are right. You are right. I don't know what it happens in helicopters. Me, I thought they jump, but if they do something else,
because you don't know what happens and you have never used them.
So, Madam Speaker.
Order. Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues can bear me witness. I have been moving in all parts of this country. Informed members in advance. Even that day, I had 16 members of parliament from Bugisu in a meeting. Right Honorable Speaker, I respect members of parliament. And I have always respected my brother. When I was appointed here Minister of Health, he abused me. When I used to stand up to speak when I was a new person, he used to abuse me. Is he in order for him to continue even now when I'm a Prime Minister of this country?
Oh, Honorable Nathan. Honorable Nathan. Honorable members, let's not put emotions in this thing. Let's look at how to solve a problem. There is a problem and let it be solved.
Madam Speaker, that's why I want to thank you for your wise ruling. Because I never abused the Prime Minister.
I am saying let's not go into abusing. What is your issue?
I have not. Madam
What is your issue now?
Madam Speaker, unless abusing is jumping with abusing. Please. So, Madam Speaker, what I was explaining, that on that day, I was in Bugisu.
Okay, what do you think? What should the solution be?
The solution is informing, because if he had told Honorable Musera that she's going to Namisindwa for that crack, even I was an interested party. Two, I want to
member.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to make this clear. Two, she said you informed all members of Parliament. My pigeonhole is here. I have got an invitation to do that, and I would love if you can give information because we are there.
No, you people, we are taking a lot of time on this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information. The Right Honorable Speaker, I represent Wetland East. Wetland East is where the peak, where Guy Peak of Mount Elgon is. The big pending crack actually runs from Mount Elgon area. It's where there's Wagagai Peak. I myself was also not informed. Then I got my pigeonhole. I don't know the media they used to inform. I was not informed about the meeting.
Honorable members, it's not about information now. What we need is action taken on ground, the situation to be controlled. We cannot continue this kind of thing in the House. Let's have the issue solved. Next item. Next item.
Item 4, motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill.
Honorable members, in furtherance to Article 94(4)(b) of the Constitution of Uganda and Rule 121 of the Rules of Procedure, I therefore invite Honorable Kiaga to move his motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity with a motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill. I move under Rules 56, 121, and 122 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94, Section 4B of the Constitution and Rules 120 and 121 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament permit a member of Parliament to move a private member's bill, and well aware that the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act of 2006 is the law that governs the protection of literary, scientific, artistic, intellectual works, and all their neighboring rights in Uganda. And further aware that since the enactment of the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, a lot of success has been registered in recognizing the literary, scientific, and artistic intellectual works and all their neighboring rights, and the exploitation of such works for the benefit of their authors. We are concerned that due to the passage of time, some aspects of the copyright law, some aspects of have become outdated, especially in the light of advances in technology and emerging international, which have all registered an increase in the nature of copyright works that can be protected, changes in how copyright works can be exploited, and infringement, and increase in the revenue arising from the exploitation of copyright works, which all necessitate changes in the law to address these developments. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues,
We are further concerned that notwithstanding the success registered so far by the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act has not spurred an uptake.
Privilege, right, Honourable Speaker. Privilege.
The Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act,
right, Honourable Speaker, privilege,
has not spurred an uptake.
Honorable Hillary, can you continue?
Yes, comrade.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I'm complaining about the noise here. I'm unable to hear in the lobby.
The noise.
Yeah.
Prime Minister, your members are making noise. Can I have the members who are out? Look.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Further concerned that notwithstanding the
Honorable members of Parliament, if you want to come to the House, please come and follow the proceedings in the House. Don't come and stay in the corridors. You come and start gossiping. If you want to gossip, go and gossip in your homes. Here we come for work.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Notwithstanding the success registered by the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, Right Honourable Speaker, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act has not spurred an uptake in the registration of copyright in Uganda, since the Act does not grant any benefits to the authors that register under the Act beyond those granted to persons who don't register. The Act does not recognize the rights of the composers of artistic works and instead assigns rights of such persons to producers. Furthermore, Right Honourable Speaker, the Act does not adequately grant easily attainable remedies for the infringement of the copyright works, since it emphasizes civil and penal sanctions for most infringements, a process that is tedious and unattainable for most authors. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, recognizing the role played by the copyright in the development, social inclusion, cultural diversity, and human development, especially through providing financial reward to authors of protected work, the promotion, formalization, establishment of a domestic creative and innovative industry, the generation of revenue, and the balance of trade through exports of creative arts and services, employment creation for Ugandans, boosting of local and international tourism, and preservation of Uganda's tangible and intangible heritage. That Uganda Vision 2040 obligates government to encourage innovation to harness a full potential of digital economy and technology innovation and the utilization of power of ICT to stimulate growth, innovation, and employment. Right Honourable Speaker, now therefore, be it resolved that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill, a draft of which is here attached, and do order the publication of the bill in preparation for its first reading, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
To move.
Thank you, Honourable Hillary. Is the Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Love, by Wilfred, Atkins, Hanifa, Kewanuka, by Rose Obiga, Aisha, by Honorable Rachel Magola, and Abdul Ate, Azza. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Hilary. Would you speak to your motion a bit? And if you have spoken, can we have the seconder?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, in memory of the late Jacob Olanya, who speared with the 2006 Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, we decided to come over and have an amendment to fit the existing situation. There are many things that were left out, and the act needs to match with the existing environment. I'll speak as an artist. I know as Ugandans, you're fed up of seeing musicians, artists, creators on the streets as if they are beggars. This has been because their works are not protected, and it is this House that has to regulate and come up with policies that can protect the works of creators, since we are advancing for innovation. I beg
Thank
to
you.
submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rachel Magola.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Since enactment of the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, a lot of success has been registered in recognizing the literary, scientific, and critic intellectual works and their neighboring rights, and the exploitation of such works for the benefit of the authors. Due to the passage of time, some aspects of the Act have become outdated, especially in light of advances in technological and emerging international best practices, which have all registered an increase in the nature of the copyright works that can be registered changes in how copyright works can be exploited and infringed, and increase in revenue arising from exploitation of copyright works, infringed and inquiry, which all necessitate changes in the law to address these developments. There is therefore need to amend the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act 2006 to international best practices by A, refining the definition of original work in relation to works that can be protected. B, include work eligible for copyright protection, political speeches, interviews, and speeches delivered during any judicial proceedings. C, recognize and protect the rights of a composer of an artistic work. D, enhance the functions of the registrar of copyright. E, establish a register of copyright and prescribe the mode of registration of copyright. F, empower the registrar of copyright to improve administrative penalties and statutory damages for infringing copyright works. G, empower a holder of a copyright or neighboring right registered under the Act to claim statutory damages against a person who infringes a registered copyright or neighboring right. H, empower the Registrar of Copyright to settle disputes under the Act.
Honorable member, you're just seeking for leave. You explain that at committee level.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. Honorable Abudu, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for considering this motion under Rule 25 to allow the member really process it and present it to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm privy to the matter at hand, to which the Honorable colleague seeks to move a motion. Right Honorable Speaker, internationally, the practice has been to promote copyright and neighboring rights. You find that in the USA, for example, the person filing for rights and the holder of such rights is given a minimum of 20 years. And the issue of enforceability is actually taken sort of. But Right Honorable Speaker, I find that one, this is the industry which employs very many Ugandans. It's an industry which is very attractive and can be a foreign exchange earner. But you find that the holders of such rights end up very miserable when their rights are reproduced, sold, and done otherwise. Even when, for example, when you think of the telecom companies, they actually use those rights, but they give a very meager percentage to the producer. And actually 7%, Right Honorable Speaker. So this is a well-placed motion, Right Honorable Speaker, and I beg to second it and really appeal that the House actually consider this very fast and we process it. I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kiaga and the seconders. We are in agreement on the principle. Therefore, put a question on the motion, and in case of anything that you need to add, that you need to debate upon, we will refer this motion to the committee, and all your ideas will be captured at the committee level. I therefore put a question that the House grants leave to Honorable Hillary to introduce a copyright and neighborhood right amendment bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. Let's have it. I direct the clerk to accord Honorable Hillary all the assistance that is required to have this bill published and brought for the first reading. And we are doing all this as per Article 94.4C of the Constitution and Rule 121, 2, 3, and 4 of Rules of Procedure. Next item.
Item 5, motion for reconsideration of the Mining and Minerals Bill 2022 as returned by His Excellency the President.
Honorable members, as I communicated yesterday, the House passed the bill, Mining and Mineral Bill 2022 on 17th February 2022. The bill was duly transmitted for presidential assent pursuant to Article 91(1)(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. His Excellency the President, through a letter dated 18th June 2022, returned the bill for reconsideration of this House. That is pursuant to Article 91(3) of the 91(3)(b) of the Constitution. I referred this bill to the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources and the committee report. Procedure enshrined under Rule 143 of the Rules of Procedure requires the Minister, and in this case, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, to present a motion to that. And I invite the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the House considers the following motion without notice under Rule 59, Sub-Rule 1J. Motion for reconsideration of mining and minerals bill.
Seconded by Honorable Bahati Abe Obiga, Helen, Annette, Bueno, Nandutu. Thank you. Honorable Chair, would you love to speak to your motion? Briefly, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm moving a motion for reconsideration of the mining and minerals bill by the House. The motion is moved under Rule 143, Section 3 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. It reads, whereas the Parliament of Uganda passed the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 with amendments on 17th February 2022. To Parliament with a request for reconsideration of the following clauses. A, Clause 8 on definition of large-scale mining. B, Clause 33(1) on establishment of a tribunal. And C, Clause 31(7) on the exception to competitive bidding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament reconsiders the bill as requested by His Excellency, the President. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, before I present the report of the committee on reconsideration of the mining and minerals bill, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the proceedings of the said committee and a copy of the report. I beg to lay.
Please play.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is a report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on reconsideration of the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, as you've already stated, the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 was passed by this House and referred to His Excellency the President for his assent. The President has considered the bill and referred it back to Parliament with the objection to 3 clauses. It is against this background, Right Honorable Speaker, the 22, in accordance with Article 91, Sub-Article 3B, and 91(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Your Honor referred this bill for reconsideration by the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. The said articles require Parliament to reconsider a bill that has been returned to Parliament by the President with a request that the bill or a part provision thereof be reconsidered by Parliament. The committee considered the bill in accordance with Rule 143, Sub-Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and I hereby report as follows.
general observations about the impugned clauses of the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the first one is on the definition of large-scale mining. Clause 8 of the bill defines large-scale mining to mean the intentional mining of minerals in mechanized operations involving the excavation of large surface pits, sinking of shafts, driving of adits, or other underground openings with the limitations to the extent of the mining operation dictated by the extent of the ore body and annual ore production volumes or throughput exceeding 1 million tons. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, His Excellency the President of Uganda argues that the current definition, if maintained, has the effect of excluding projects such as Kilembe mines, Makutu rare earth elements, Rubanda and Muko iron ore, which are complex and capital intensive, but may not meet the annual ore production or throughput exceeding 1 million tons. He recommends that this definition should be deleted and instead a new provision numbered 59, threshold for large-scale mining, be inserted under cross-heading large-scale mining. That this would give the minister powers to prescribe the threshold for large-scale mining under the Act for different minerals. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee considered the President's submission justifying the deletion and agreed that the current definition, if maintained, would indeed have the effect of excluding projects such as Kilembe mines, Makutu rare earth elements, Rubanda and Muko iron ore, since what may be considered as large-scale mining in terms of quantity may not be the same for another mineral in terms of quality or even in terms of capital investment. The committee therefore recommends as follows. 1, that the definition of large-scale mining be deleted in clause 8. 2, that a new provision numbered 59, threshold for large-scale mining license, be inserted under cross-heading large-scale mining licenses. 2.2 is in respect to announcement of areas for exploration, medium scale or large scale mining license. Clause 31, subclause 1 provides that notwithstanding section 30, the minister may in a manner prescribed by regulations announce areas open for bidding for exploration licenses, medium scale mining licenses, or large scale mining licenses under this act. Clause 31.7 provides that for the avoidance of doubt, competitive bidding shall not apply to areas under a mineral right. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, His Excellency the President argues that this exemption would prevent government from using competitive bidding for licenses in the control of government, like bidding for Kilembe mines. He therefore recommends that this clause should read as follows. For the avoidance of doubt, under a mineral right, except for a mineral right held by a state-owned enterprise. The committee considered the clause and the President's argument and agrees to the proposed amendment because it would enable government to use competitive bidding for the licenses it controls instead of handpicking any company. The committee therefore recommends as follows: that clause 31(7) be amended to read as follows: for avoidance of doubt, competitive bidding shall not apply to areas under a mineral right, except for a mineral right held by a state-owned enterprise. 2.3 was on objection to proposed mining operation. Clause 33, subclause 6, provides that a person aggrieved by the decision of the minister under subsection 2 may appeal against the decision to the tribunal within 30 days of receipt of the decision. His Excellency the President argues that the establishment of a tribunal is contrary to government's ongoing process of rationalizing and merging of agencies. He further argues that the High Court has unlimited jurisdiction in all matters and that it has been strengthened to improve delivery of justice and it is empowered to handle such grievances. He therefore recommends that such an appeal should be lodged to the High Court and not the tribunal, and that the clause should be substituted to read as follows: an appeal being made to the High Court within 30 days of receipt of the decision. The President recommends that clauses 33, subclause 7, and subclause 8 be deleted consequentially. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee considered the clause and agrees with the President's argument and recommendation that clause 33(6) be redrafted as follows: a person aggrieved by the decision of the minister under subsection 2 may appeal against the decision to the High Court within 30 days of receipt of the decision. The committee agrees all 7 and 8 should be deleted consequentially. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee scrutinized the issues raised and agrees with the President in all areas referred to the committee for reconsideration. Right Honorable Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to report.
Thank you so much, Honorable
Right
Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I was also alerted by a section of my committee that there is a minority report, and it's your decision, Right Honorable Speaker.
I have not received a minority report to that effect. Where is the minority report?
Is there an iPad there that we don't understand?
Honorable members, let's do things smartly. The rules say that a minority report should be appended to the major report. We have not seen a minority report. How do we? I want to refer you to Rule 205. How do you just ambush us on a minority report in the House? And when you look at this bill, and I want to tell my colleagues in opposition, leader of opposition, not everything must have a minority report. I have been there. I have also been in opposition. It's not about having a minority, and there is no much point of departure in this bill. This bill had so many clauses. There is no much departure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's not my intention to impeach your
guidance to the House. My view and humble view is that the chairperson of the committee has a duty not only to inform the clerk about the availability of a minority view, whichever is contained therein, but also to ensure that they are both uploaded at the same time. I sit ground to hear from the chairperson whether he is not in receipt of the same, and whether he only uploaded the majority and therefore neglected the minority, so that the speaker is in position to properly guide the House, Right Honourable Speaker. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, it is in the interest of this Honourable House to receive the minutest of a minority view and process it in whichever form. It settles a lot. It enables us a lot to get direction on a number of issues. Right Honourable Speaker, I implore you to find it in your heart to allow the member, because I think that by mentioning of the same by the chairperson, probably somebody did not do their job in the process, Right Honourable Speaker.
Love, I didn't want you to put yourself in my shoes. You are the presiding officer. I have just seen that it was uploaded 2 hours ago. I ought to have received a minority report for me to know what is coming up. Let's not break our own rules. We made these rules and we must respect them to the letter. Present the minority report, and this must be the last time.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we apologize for the irregularities.
Can I have a copy of the report?
At the moment here, I have the one I'm going to utilize. Right, Honorable Speaker, my chair knew about the report and received a copy. There were 3 areas of dissent by the president, and we agreed on 2, and we only found 1 area of dissent. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, members of Parliament, we, the undersigned members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, would like to state from the onset that we support legislation that provides legal effect to mining and minerals in our country. In the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021, maybe for technical reasons, we shall have to correct someone because the president replied to Mining and Minerals Bill 2022. In his letter, it carried throughout 2022. That's technical. We may have to correct it somewhere. Was tabled, and we discussed it as a committee. And pursuant of Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure, on behalf of the undersigned members, I hereby present a dissenting opinion on the overall opinion of majority of our Speaker is that this House passed the Minerals and Mining Bill on the 18th. 4 months after passing the bill, the President returned it to the House for reconsideration of those 3 areas. The areas of dissent, we dissent with the majority of the committee on only 1 ground. That is excessive and open-ended delegation of minerals of excessive and open-ended delegation of ministerial powers to define and determine the classification of large-scale mining. Right, Honorable Speaker, we agree with the President on the reasoning and his concern over the definition of large-scale mining. However, we disagree on the proposed amendment to cure the identified mischief. Excessive and open-ended derogation of ministerial powers, Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the power to make laws with significant ramification on the citizens of the country by Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of this country, delegating the authority of determining what is considered large-scale mining to just one office of the minister is bad legislation, in our opinion. I'm aware that anyone, of course, we are aware that any one of us can hold that office. That notwithstanding, the inherent self-interest usually demonstrated by individuals holding public office is the reason some countries like Tanzania and Zambia have cured this dilemma by establishing a threshold in the Mining Act and throughout statutory instruments. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the bill, we had proposed that large-scale mining be defined by the quantities of minerals that would be mined in a year, and we defined it by 1 million tons. And the president says that some minerals, some precious minerals, you don't have to extract that much to be termed large-scale mining, and we agreed with him in principle over that. We have studied and made benchmarking on 2 countries and discovered that Tanzania mining law provides for the equivalency of large-scale mining licenses and defines thus special mining license means license for large-scale mining operation whose capital investment is not less than US$ 100 million, all its equivalent. And the president talked about the heavyweight capital investment, and Tanzania looks at it in that end at the amount of money, the investment in the capital investment. On the other hand, the Zambian mining law provides the size of licensed area as follows: that large-scale mining means mining over an area of a minimum of 121 cadastral units and not exceeding 7,485 cadastral units. Friends, for cadastral units, if we could define it rudimentary, could be an equivalent of 33,400 hectares. So Zambia defines the land, the size of the land. We therefore propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that this House would compel the committee to interact with the technical officers from the ministry. It should be noted that the proposal of 1 million was from the ministry. It wasn't a committee's idea. And to us to reach the conclusions we didn't interact with any technical person, but only members of parliament sat and changed. So we therefore think it would be very important for us to sit with the technical committee, technical members of the ministry to get a befitting definition in taking into consideration the president's advice. We recommend that this House finds our proposal worth considering and accordingly allow the committee to scrutinize the said part of clause 8 of the bill. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we request you to consider and support the minority part in that effect. I submit. Speaker, I lay this on table and I again apologize for the...
Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it's not true that we did not interact with the technical people. In fact, after you recommitted the bill to us, my committee did interact with the technical people, and they gave us a submission of the guidance they had submitted to the president when His Excellency raised queries on these 3 clauses. And they are in agreement with our submission. I beg to
They gave you the submission in writing?
Right Honorable Speaker, it was forwarded to us. I have it in the phone. We may download it if it is possible.
Yes, that is in writing.
Can we have that submission laid on table? Honorable Aisha, when a bill is passed by the House, the year that is reflected is the year when it was passed. That is the law. The mining and mineral bill was introduced in 2021, but it was passed on 17th February 2022. That's why you find the bill is reading in the long title, the time when it was passed. So the correction you're making, the bill was returned by the president and as 2022, that is when it was passed. So the correction was not, was misguided. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think substantially we do not have issues with the points raised by the President, specifically on appeal process and the other clause. But if we delegate our powers as Parliament to the minister to define a very important aspect of the bill, which runs across the entire bill, we will have abdicated our role. I would therefore propose a middle ground. Because you see, Madam Speaker, minerals are classified. Not all minerals are the same. So we must have a threshold of what amounts to large-scale mining. For anybody reading this law, he or she should not wait for the rules. So we should be able to provide for a threshold, and the threshold I would recommend would be for determination based on each mineral or a classification of the minerals, and to be made yes by the minister, but with approval of Parliament. If the chairperson and the minister could accept, then we would have made a middle ground and we pass this bill. Because if we do not specify the threshold, and if we do not involve Parliament in determining the finality of that threshold and leave the definition hanging to the rules, to the regulations, then we would have done a disservice to our people.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, we are only looking at a specific clause. Let's first hear from, now your Attorney General has talked, you're going to talk again.
Right Honorable Speaker, I listened carefully to the submission of the my colleague opposite, the learned Attorney General in the shadow, and I would like to suggest that because as the mining industry develops in our country, it would require very, very frequent reviews that would call for the intervention and consideration of the minister every other time and not necessarily coming back to Parliament. I would suggest that it should be the cabinet to approve, as normally we see statutory instruments, and then it is laid here on table. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Patrick.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I come from Kasanda. In 2016, about 60,000 people from Kasanda were evicted out of the gold mines to pave way for a large-scale miner. And that large-scale miner, Right Honorable Speaker, when the Ministry of Energy and Minerals took us to the data in Tanzania to go to look at who are the large-scale miners there and who are the small-scale miners, Right Honorable Speaker, the person that caused the eviction of 60,000 people in Kasanda was a small-scale miner in Delta, in Tanzania. So, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the ministry had considered that that miner a large scale, in actual sense, it was a small scale. So, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the president is very right on the threshold or in terms of the value, I agree with him 100%. But once you leave this matter to the minister, you have done nothing in terms of legislation. We must define in law who do we call a large scale miner, because then it will give us chance for investors who are coming here to just read our law, understand that this is the value if I want to enter at this stage. Right Honorable Speaker, I plead with this committee, they can come up with a schedule for every mineral. It is possible. For every mineral, this is the definition of a large-scale miner. And that schedule can be attached to this law. And we move that way. Otherwise, when we just leave it,
Thank you, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have carefully listened to both reports from the committee and the minority report. And what I want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the mining industry in this country is just being developed. And as government, I was in this sector. And Right Honorable Speaker, my discovery was that this sector would be giving us trillions of shillings, much more than any other. However, we are receiving less than 200 billion annually. The mineral sector contributes just about 1.4% to the GDP of this country. Yet, if we had proper legislation, we would be receiving between 6 to 10% contribution from the mineral sector to the GDP. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, when you talk about large-scale mining, we have a lot of gold in this country. From the last area survey, Right Honorable Speaker, Karamoja is gold rich. Busia has one of the largest gold mines. We have gold in Kasanda and other parts. And Right Honorable Speaker, if you have a law that is vague, and with what I know in the mineral sector, where there are conflicting interests, where people can be controlled, Right Honorable Speaker, I refuse to be controlled, we shall end up with a challenge, Right Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, it's important that we clearly define what we mean by large-scale mining. As a country, Right Honorable Speaker, one of our areas of benchmarking is Tanzania, and our law actually is based on what has been going on in Tanzania. They have moved, and since the minority report quotes what large-scale mining means in Tanzania and Zambia and other areas, Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes we want to pull ropes for nothing. I see no problem with what the minority report has suggested. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, is there any problem with defining what is in large-scale mining in the schedule? Is there any problem with that? Is there any problem with that? Having a schedule that shows us what is large scale and what is small, is there any problem?
No problem. Right Honorable Speaker, there wouldn't be any major problem, except that if we establish a definition which is entrenched in the law, then as we develop the sector, then it would mean that we may have to come and provide revisions more frequently.
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker, because as I did say, that today, what the minister may establish as the threshold might be found within a very short time as wanting, and then the minister would wish to revise it.
Honorable Minister, do you have something to say?
And that is why I would beseech this House to allow this threshold to be defined for the different kind of minerals by statutory instrument. I beg to submit.
Madam Speaker.
Hello. Oh.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. I was actually waiting for the minister to rise and concede honorably to that very humble amendment, because it's what we need as a country. And there's all manner of danger to consider our positions as eternal, because at the end of the day, we are legislating for posterity. The middle ground, right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to propose to the Honorable Minister and the House is that if the proposed schedule per mineral is a position acceptable, and clearly without endangering the legislation we are making, we would pass the amendment and ask the minister to go and draft the schedule, bring it to the House for approval, right, Honorable Speaker. That will set our spirits and really legislate for posterity. The sector is growing, and when it's growing, it's very important to regulate. The sector is a growing child. A growing child is managed, not left to the whirlwinds to carry them. So the circumstances of what we are proposing now, which related the sector to be at large. And I believe the submission of the Honorable Sarah Pendi says it all. So I would like to ask humbly the chairperson to concede, and we move. This is for posterity, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I think what Klopp is saying is correct. You will bring the schedule later. Let's pass the bill and then we move on. Because there's no big point of departure. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I take what the leader of opposition has put forward, and I would wish to concede that let's pass the bill, and then I bring the schedules to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. How much time do you want to bring the schedule? How much time do you require? How much time do you require?
I would request I be given to bring it in 1 month. It takes a lot of time.
1 month is okay. You cannot give what you don't have. Honorable members, I will put a question on the motion so that we can proceed to the bills with amendment to the bills committee stage to reconsider the specific clauses that constitute the grounds of the returned bill. I thought Love had talked. I now put a question that this House reconsiders the mining and mineral bill 2022 as returned by His Excellency the President. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. With amendment, the ayes have it.
Bills committee stage.
Honorable members, sit.
Clause 8.
Clause 8, Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, now since it has been an agreed upon position, I need to reformat because this is what we have agreed is not what I'd prepared here. And so I beg to move that in terms of amendment of clause 8, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I beg to move that and clause 8 by deleting the definition of the term large-scale mining and insert a provision numbered 59 under the cross-heading large-scale mining. The justification for this is that clause 8 defined large-scale mining to mean the intentional mining of minerals in mechanized operations involving the excavation of large surface pits, sinking of shafts, driving of adits, and other underground openings with the limitations to extents of the mining operation dictated by the extent of the ore body and annual production volumes or throughput exceeding 1 million tons. The current definition, if maintained, has the effect of excluding projects such as Kilembe mines, Makutu rare earth elements, Rubanda, and Muko iron ore, which are complex and capital intensive, but may not meet the annual ore production or throughput exceeding 1 million tons. Right Honorable Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Aisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chair, what the Honorable Chair has presented is actually what was the original position of the majority committee. The original position was that the definition of large-scale mining be deleted from clause 8 and insert 59.
Yes.
Now, we are not saying should be deleted. We are saying large-scale mining should be defined in accordance to the schedule that is attached. So someone, the legal man, should help us draft it better, but that's the spirit from the House.
Yes, Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are actually speaking the same language, except the proposal she's talking about is now going to come under
It is
the
coming
amendment.
under 59.
Yes.
Under the new clause of 59.
Yes. It's
what you're talking about.
Chair, our rules are very clear when we are considering motions for reconsideration of bills that have been returned by the president. First of all, we addressed our minds strictly on the issues raised by the president. In the letter, the president said, if you define large-scale farming as in the bill, it will affect Kilembe, it will affect Rubanda. He listed them. If that is his concern, we should then add a second clause and say, notwithstanding the definition, these projects are excluded. Then we safeguard the president's interest only on these ones. In the future, every other large-scale farming is then defined, unless you are hiding something else, because the president has listed them here. And
You know what the president is saying under clause 8 on definition of large-scale mining. The definition under clause 8 should be deleted and a new provision numbered 59 be inserted. And that is the new one where we are talking about having the schedule. Yes. Hmm?
Madam Chair, since you are now in the chair, I would prefer we do the definition by cross-reference and retain clause 8 and say large-scale mining shall mean and refer to large-scale mining as provided in clause 59. Now, when we go to clause 59, instead of the wording under clause 59, we provide for a schedule, which schedule should reflect either each respective mineral or a classification of minerals. Because we have base minerals, we have those which are standalone and the like. Why are we doing this, Madam Speaker? As we speak now, since 2015, the president unilaterally put on hold anything to do with the sector. And that's why it is not even generating revenue. And if we are to chew what his intentions were, we must be very clear in ensuring we pass a law that is understandable by everybody. So in my view, we can retain 8, but just make it will be as referred to in the clause 59, then we change, amend clause 59 by being very specific.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Bahati, can you help?
Right, Honorable Speaker. What is proposing could actually subject us to confusion. We want a law to be very clear. And I would wish that the position of the chair be reconsidered. And we bring the schedule at an appropriate opening of the law, 58, 59.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the clarification that the minister should provide to us is how that proposal is going to address the specific concern raised by the president about those projects. The president is not worried about large-scale miners in the future. He's worried about large-scale, in his thinking, large-scale miners who are already on the ground, and he has listed 6 of them. How do you protect them or exclude them from the other one? The minister should first clarify.
I thought, Nathan.
Madam Speaker, I am happy the committee met this morning. Unfortunately, it never invited the stakeholders to deal with some of the matters, because that's why the Parliament is raising them, because they are representing stakeholders, but we may not be very good. Madam Speaker, if you are saying that the minister should bring a schedule after 1 month, then we would have not passed the law. We shall have to wait for 1 month until the schedule comes, then we pass it together with the law. Failure to do that, we are just wasting time. And the minister that's for 1 month, it will be an appropriate time for him to go and work on the schedule. As the committee, you go and reconsider some of the things. Because in every law, there is an interpretation clause. An interpretation clause interprets what might bring a problem tomorrow. Even A, a B, it must be interpreted. You can see the minister as he's speaking. He's saying, we shall fail to implement the law, as if he's the one who knows the law better. If he knew the law better, why don't you give us the schedule now? So, Madam Speaker, I would plead with you and the House that instead of doing something where tomorrow it will collapse on our head, we allow the minister, we allow the committee to go and do things again. We shall come to the committee. By the way,
Honorable Nandala, do you have any problem with the deleting clause 8 on the definition of large?
We talked of a schedule.
Now that is clause 59.
Perfect. If you want
That
us
is
to
clause
delete,
59.
then, but Madam Speaker, what we're saying, that at the end, even if we do schedule 50, clause 59, we will be waiting for schedule because the schedule has to be part of the law.
Honorable Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to advise that we cannot legislate for particular projects, that we start enacting a law and says project X, Y, and Z. No, you can't do that.
Honorable Katuntu, if you look at what the president said, the current definition, if maintained, has an effect of excluding projects such as. It was an example.
Absolutely. So, Honorable Dur is talking about providing it with the as an exception. You can't do that. What we just legislate on principle. The Makot project, which is actually in my constituency. Why don't I've listened to you twice. Let me make my point.
No, let me make my point also. Thank you. Thank you, my senior brother. I have to put the record straight. We have legislated here, and my brother has been part of it. When it comes to income tax, and we are exempting, we mention the projects. So it is not the first time that you are going to legislate for a particular project. I wanted that point to be clear. We have done it before, and we are going to do it again. Recently, we did for Bujagali. It was a project, it was mentioned here.
Actually, that is a taxation. And that's why we have a law on taxation every year, because it changes literally every 12 months. You can afford to do what we did with Bujagali and others. But if you are talking about longer time legislation, we talk about principle. And what is the principle? We are talking about the threshold. If we say, I don't know who I'm speaking to. There is a disruption of the chair.
Yes, Honorable Katuntu, we're looking for a middle ground with it.
Yeah, but we cannot mention that it would be in the schedule, and yet there is nothing in the schedule. So we must sort out the schedule first. It in parts. No, we can't afford to do that. So this thing about 4 weeks does not apply. So we have to agree on the schedule, let the minister reconcile, and we have the schedule, then we enact the law together. And we can even do that tomorrow, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, yes, I have a suggestion.
I was suggesting, if you could listen to me kindly.
Okay.
If we can have today, we can be able to agree, the minister goes and burns his midnight candle, comes with a schedule, he shares it, then tomorrow morning, we can pass this without any controversy. Between now and tomorrow, it is not a long time.
Honorable members, what the letter is suggesting is that we delete the definition. And the committee's position was that they want the chair. Do you want to finish what you suggested?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity again. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, now persuaded to think that we could modify the definition that is subsisting right now by adding a qualitative value for those minerals that have very high value, but we would not be able to extract 1 million tons. And also in terms of investment, we could also put a threshold, say like $100 million in terms of investment. So if we added all those to if we added all those to the definition, other than just defining the quantity in terms of 1 million tons, we would be able to cover the interests that the issues that the president raises. That is, what I'm saying is that we define large-scale mining to mean extraction of minerals to a threshold of at least 1 million tons, or a capital investment of $100 million, or extraction of mineral to the tune of 100 million US dollars.
Clarification, Chair.
Submit. Thank
you. Chair, right, Honorable Speaker, we have a crisis here.
Honorable members, can I have a team to go and agree on this? Agree on this. Nathan, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am at a loss. This is a very sensitive bill we have. It was supposed to have been an act, but it comes back for consideration. You introduced it yesterday. Although you had an opportunity of getting to the committee, getting the bill. Now, you can see the minister fidgeting really. I would suggest to have a win-win situation. Let's have a day or two. Let these people go back and put things right and we'll move. What the speaker
You're
moving on the
clapping
speaker.
your hands for no reason. We are going to finish the bill.
This year. Fine. Do it, but we shall pay for the costs later. I thank you.
We'll finish the bill. Can I have Minister, Chairman, Honorable Bahati, Katuntu, Winifred? Winifred and Oshabe, go and.
No, I'm in Cuba. Madam Chair. Oshaba Kolanga means a cigala. Oshaba Kolanga means a kachi. No, even yes, even a chair. I'm a chair for. What the morning was it? I think I mean, I make a baby, no Karen.
Go. Honorable Katuntu, I told you to join that team. Can we have the next item?
Item 6, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions into the nodding disease syndrome in northern Uganda.
Honorable members, for a long time, the nodding disease syndrome has continued to affect people in northern Uganda. Lives have been lost. Thousands of children have continued to suffer from the disease. And while their families bear the cost. And remember, that is one of honorable members, can we first resume the House? Honorable Minister.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, to contrary nay. Honorable Abe, can you present your motion?
No.
Report.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the mining bill and stood over it.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say at the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 6, motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions into the nodding disease syndrome.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions into the nodding disease syndrome in northern Uganda. Under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas Objective 14 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy provides that the state shall endeavor to fulfill the fundamental rights of all Ugandans to social justice and economic development, and shall, in particular, ensure that all developmental efforts are directed at ensuring maximum social and cultural well-being of people, and that all Ugandans enjoy rights and opportunities and access to education, health services, clean and safe water, work, decent shelter, adequate clothing, food security, and pension and retirement benefits. And whereas Article 34(2) of the Constitution provides for the rights of a child not to be deprived by any person of medical treatment, education, or any other social and economic benefit by reason of religious or other beliefs. Aware that the nodding disease syndrome, an unexplained neurological condition that affects children from the age of 5 to 15 years, was first discovered in northern Uganda in 1997 and is characterized by episodes of repetitive dropping forward of heads, often accompanied by other seizure-like activity, such as convulsions and staring spells, which prevents them from having a normal course of life. Further aware that the nodding syndrome disease is not a new subject of debate in the Parliament of Uganda. In the 9th Parliament, on 10th May 2012, the Minister of State for Health presented a ministerial statement on the intervention made into the nodding syndrome disease, indicating that the different task force at national and district level, led by Office of the Prime Minister, was set up to combat the disease. Cognizant that there were a number of interventions in the 10th Parliament in a bid to alleviate in nodding disease syndrome and its effects to it. On 12 September 2017, Parliament adopted a report on the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development on the nodding disease syndrome, and resolved that the Center for Disease Control should carry out comprehensive research on the disease. Agricultural interventions measures be introduced by the government to assist affected families, and rehabilitate centers for victims to be set. On 14 March 2018, the Minister of Health made a statement on nodding disease, indicating that the Ministry of Health continued with comprehensive case management and increased the number of health facilities receiving medicine in the affected districts in order to take services closer to the people. On 28th of March 2018, Parliament authorized government to spend additional over 1.3 billion for revitalization of the interventions for nodding syndrome in northern Uganda. Concerned that despite interventions made so far, the number of affected children remains high. The number of access now stands, the number of cases now stands at 1,449 in Kitgum district alone. And yet the mental health department in Kitgum district is understaffed and unable to carry out outreaches so as to assist the victims. Further concerned that despite the research that has been carried out, there is no medical explanation of the cases of disease, which still remains a mystery, and as such, the exact medication to administer is still unclear. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this House that government, one, ensures the appropriate utilization of funds allocated towards nodding disease syndrome. Fast track the operationalization of the existing rehabilitation centers and training of medical personnel to assist victims of nodding syndrome. 3, facilitates and intensifies research into the nodding disease syndrome in northern Uganda. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, we request that government provides food reliefs, shelter to the affected families. As I speak to you now, Right Honorable Speaker, there's an NGO called Irene Gleason's Foundation that has taken the mantle to spearhead mobilization for food items to support these families. But it would have been better if the Office of the Prime Minister takes on this and provides these affected families with adequate support, because as you noted earlier, the parents of these victims can hardly do any productive activities. And these girls, when left alone, you'll find that they have been raped, others are defiled, and you can imagine the situation when you see someone with a nodding disease syndrome, a young girl who is again carrying pregnancy. It's really touching, Right Honorable Speaker. We need a structured system, a quarterly support being given to the families, and we pray that government takes this seriously. Right Honorable Speaker, if these interventions are met, it would be of great help to these Ugandans. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bear. That's what I was going to ask you, if you're going to speak to your motion. But you've already spoken to it. Is it seconded? Seconded by Honorable Ojara Mapendusi. Seconded by Musomesa. Honorable Nathan Nandala. Honorable Margaret. Is that Timot? Wakaima. Hanifa is there. Mr. Kofiman. Abed. Achayo. By the whole house. Nodding this is really serious thing. By law. First, second, the law. Law, your second. Yes, speak to it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my sister for the courage and hindsight. I was in the Greater North last year.
Yes.
Procedure. I respect my group so much, more than many of you. Right now, Speaker, I know when a member moves a motion, he has room to speak his motion to support honorable members.
Honorable member, I want to tell you, I have a motion with me. She read the motion and she spoke to it. Now the seconders are the ones speaking. Unless you want to tell me you want to come and start sharing.
No, right now, Speaker.
To define.
Most obliged. Most obliged.
She has spoken to her motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Strictly in September last year, I toured the Great North. I visited Padel, Amol, Gulu, parts of Kitugum. Of course, my interest was assessing the socioeconomic conditions of the region. I met community leaders, religious leaders, cultural leaders, and the political leaders, right, Honorable Speaker. I visited communities affected by the nodding syndrome, specifically in Padel. It is mind-boggling. I had colleagues with me who almost hesitated speaking about what they saw because it was really heart-rendering, right, Honorable Speaker. And my sense of disbelief ran to the fact that we are the leaders in this country today. Well, these communities are going through what we saw. Right, Honorable Speaker, my Minister for Special Regions, the Honorable Santa, made a statement on this problem last year. And our expectation was that, therefore, through the processes that the allocative function of government and parliament would have resources specifically voted, first of all, to really go and take care of the immediate social needs of their housing conditions. They have no food. They actually look dejected. They actually question our wisdom as leaders in this country. They are very humble people, right, Honorable Speaker. The Prime Minister took leave earlier, should have been here to probably assure this House that a government of 36 years is aware of what is going on in this region. Because, right, Honorable Speaker, these families can hardly take their children to school. I was informed that the family heads cannot go to grow food because when they go, these children that are suffering are in danger of either falling in a fire, starving, or actually it's terrible. Right, Honorable Speaker, if this motion is carried, I would like to ask the honorable member, first of all, to assure you of my total support over this motion. Secondly, to ask the honorable member to ask of government to present to this House the government's assessment of the immediate and long-term needs of these communities, social and economic, so that in the next marked resources, not that other communities in this country have no needs, but the state of communities affected by the nodding syndrome should be a point of shame for every one of us here if nothing is done in the immediacy, right, Honorable Speaker. And the Prime Minister should come here and commit to the assessment as to how much money is going to be voted. It's not tell us about the parish model as one of the areas for their benefit. Nothing. They don't talk about the parish model. They need affirmative action to lift their spirits and they feel a sense of presence as a part of this country, right, Honorable Speaker. I would like to support this motion.
Thank you.
And encourage the honorable member to keep moving on it.
We need the immediate, medium, long-term strategy on these areas of these people. Achayo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Achayo Juliet Lodou, MP Ngora County. I further rise to support the motion. It is ethically, socially, economically, and politically imperative for government to make deliberate efforts to prioritize interventions into the nodding disease syndrome the way it prioritized immunization against diseases in children, so that our infants are as healthy as they can be. Reason being, number one, the over 3,000 children suffering from the nodding disease syndrome are being an overwhelming burden to the caretakers who are themselves being the extreme poverty. Number two, children are the greatest hope for the future. Every nation, developed or developing, bases its future on the health and well-being of its child population. Neglecting children means wasting a supreme national asset, and it is a loss to a nation as a whole. It is in this spirit, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Constitution of Uganda guarantees special protection for the children. Children's health is our nation's wealth. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ojara Mapendusi. What is procedure matter do you have? What procedure matter do you have, Christine?
Thank the Right Honorable Speaker. I just rise on the issue of procedure. If at all we are proceeding well with the Minister of Health, I wrote to the Minister of Health concerning the same issue. I come from a rooted north in a Romo sub-county. Also have the people affected by the nodding disease, 52, but we don't have new cases. But the challenge parents are having, some of them have separated because of this case.
What is your procedure issue?
So I wrote to the Ministry of Health, because at that place, the same people are suffering from nodding disease, the same people we have.
Are you seconding the motion?
I'm seconding. I'm happy with what my colleague has said. I'm seconding, but the challenge is the ministry is not doing enough.
You know the essence of us coming up with a motion is now to urge the ministry to take actions on what we are agreeing in this house.
Yes, that's why that's what I'm trying to put across. The challenge is we have raised the issue to the ministry, but they're not doing enough. They've just left it like that. So now the challenge people but even last year before I came to this parliament, they raised the same issue to the ministry. They are not implementing, they are not doing enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ministry, you should implement the resolutions of this motion. And you need to, as Lob said, you need to get the immediate, medium, and long-term strategy for this. You respond later. Can we have another seconder, Ojara Mapendusi?
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here in full support of this motion, moved by the Honorable Lillian Abe for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize interventions into the nodding syndrome cases in northern Uganda. Madam Speaker, it has taken over 2 decades from the time this health condition was detected, and to date, the condition is referred to as nodding syndrome due to the constant head nodding behaviors of those affected by the condition. To call this condition a disease, because a disease is usually has defining cause, distinguishing symptoms, and the definite cause of this head nodding behavior and other associated characteristics, establish. And for all these years, Madam Speaker, there has only been what we call symptomatic management. And this is nothing to do with the root causes or what is causing this condition. Right, Honorable Speaker, because of this condition, this condition causes gross physical deformities, generalized wasting,
Yes, there's a procedure
and
matter.
profound cognitive impairment.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the 10th Parliament, there was a resolution passed by this Parliament urging government to intervene on matters of the nodding disease syndrome. Wouldn't it be procedural right that we get a report from the government on the extent to which they have operationalized the resolutions of this parliament? Then basing on those gaps, we would be able to consider this motion to address any pending issues. Are we proceeding well without a comprehensive report from the government?
We are completely proceeding very, very well. And because at that time, no action was taken, and it lapsed to this 10th parliament. Now, we must resume it because the people are still suffering. We must pass it. We must have a motion to this effect. So, the honorable member, we are proceeding well.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
So can you finish and we open the debate for 20 minutes?
Thank you. But for purposes of emphasis, Right Honorable Speaker, the definite cause of the head nodding behavior and other associated characteristics have not been comprehensively and authoritative. For all this period, the treatment has been basically to manage the symptoms and not about the exact cause of this disease. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, we know that this condition causes gross physical deformities, generalized wasting, and profound cognitive impairment. And therefore, there is need to develop holistic intervention to the affected families and the children. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Lillian Abe said in Kitgum there are 1,449 people. But in the entire Acholi and Lao sub-region, there are over 2,500 families and children who feel voiceless, they feel worthless, they feel abandoned. And I therefore think one day, Right Honorable Speaker, if we don't take correct measures, if we don't develop correct intervention, one day, by the grace of God, we will be judged very harshly, because it looks like we are not bothered about the plights of these children. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, second this motion, and it is my hope that this parliament will play a part in restoring. Very much.
Nathan, Honorable Makol Musomesa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I was looking for my report, and this report was debated about the nodding syndrome. I was expecting that the Minister of Health would be here. Oh, Dr. Nif. In that motion, we had clear instructions of what to be done. And one of them was to provide education, food, shelter, and clothing to those affected persons. Now, if since the last parliament, they have not done anything, I am getting worried. If this motion were going to pass, will be really be implemented. Madam Speaker, would have been interested to have got that, and it would have helped us, because I was trying to look for our report. But having said that, Madam Speaker, until you fall sick or you have a relative who is sick, maybe. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nadala. Indeed, on 14th March 2018, this same issue was debated here. Parliament passed a supplementary of 1.2 was supposed to go to Kitigum. That was supposed to be 267 million. Lamo was supposed to get 175 million. Oyam was supposed to be given 36 million. Pade was 324 million. Amur was given 78 million. And then Gulu Regional Referral Hospital was given 110 million. And then Gulu local government was 78 billion. And 78 million. And these monies were given to go and carry intervention. But then, just like what she has raised in her motion, that government should ensure that money is given to handle the issue of nodding disease should be well managed. Before this money was approved as supplementary, government had advanced 73 million. But then with this 73 million, there was challenge. This money was not what? Accounted for. Also, when this 1.2 billion was advanced, much of this money went to allowances, facilitation, and coordination. And yet, then the challenge raised here was that this nodding disease was associated with malnourishment. People were not well fed. Part of this money was supposed to go for feeding. So there were a number of challenges. In fact, ideally, we would have expected a comprehensive report from government. After this supplementary was given then, how was this money used? What intervention gaps were there? So that was the information I wanted to give you. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much. And you have given the right figures, but also the supplementary was purposely to address that specific time and a comprehensive, because there was supposed to be a master plan. Because the master plan was that all those affected persons should be taken care of, because the issue which was raised, that they are not capable to help themselves, and that will be treated as if these are the people who cannot do it. So, Madam Speaker, that's the reason we're raising this, and I want to ask the minister, maybe when she gets up, Dr. Hanifa from African Parliament, if you really have this report and the plan for dealing with the nodding disease, because I was raising an issue, until you have a sick person, some of you, or yourself have fallen sick, is when you know the pain. But if you have been to northern Uganda and see how these communities are suffering, I would assure you, are telling you, you would not have waited for the motion to come here and then you come to respond. Finally, Madam Speaker, these diseases are serious. There must be a real comprehensive plan, and I think Parliament should have a budget separate, put aside to deal with specific diseases which are not in our normal setting. Recall COVID came. In fact, many people made money out of COVID. Many people also died. We never benefited from the money.
Honorable members, let's be.
But I'm just making just one quick one, Madam Speaker. And the CDC was even tasked to get this control disease to help us. But we should as Parliament have a permanent, I think, emergency fund.
Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to completely support this motion brought. A week ago, there was a launch by Irene Gleason Foundation near, I think it was near Uganda Museum. And they talked about, it was specifically for the victims of nodding syndrome. And we were there. I am sure they did some research. And so there are new cases. There are new cases of nodding syndrome in Kitgum, reported by Irene Gleason Foundation. I am wondering what Ministry of Health is doing. These cases of nodding syndrome deserve charity. And charity is not something that you can do for once and forget. No, it requires constant appropriation of resources to the suffering people. They are really suffering. And what the right honorable leader of opposition said is right, because he went and saw. People should see the conditions of those victims. I call them victims. They are not only children now. Some of them are already big. And the families. If we are kind to our people, to Ugandans, we need to do something better in Parliament. Somebody asked me about 4 or 5 days ago that, please, Honorable,
Honorable call.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me just say this. That do you have something you're going to give to these nodding syndrome victims in Parliament? I told him no. Then he said, yes, you are right. We need to do something ourselves, fundraising. So it is a shame for this Parliament to completely forget the nodding syndrome victims.
It is not a shame for this Parliament. It's not this Parliament is not executive. We are not
To the
executive.
executive then, Right Honorable Speaker, then to the executive. It is a big shame. It is something which has always been there. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, maybe you'll need to have this in mind. We have a fund that has been appropriated in the financial year 2022-2023 for these victims? And then under innovation, is there a study being taken to understand the cause of this sickness? Because we are putting money under innovation, is there a study being done to understand what the sickness is, what is the cause, what can be done to reduce it? Yes, a call.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I happen to be in the field in northern Uganda, and there are some figures which were given to me, in this case related to the nodding syndrome. Unfortunately, Lira or Lango sub-region was not included. As we talked from the beginning of the problem up to now, the cases reported is 2,094. But there is 2,967. Tulu 330, Omoro 288, and Amoro 66. And so far, out of these reported cases, 545 have died. And those who are sexually abused, 606. Those who have given birth after the rape, 516. And the victims whose parents are also victims, they are actually 67. And there are new cases reported, 5 of them. And when ministry went to the field in Cape Gum only, 4 was confirmed to be nodding syndrome problems. When I was over radio station last Saturday, one person called from Aroma sub-county in Lira and said there is a new case. So when you are saying there is no new case, that members are reporting from the community, there is one new case. And that person calling was a VHT who gave me this information. Honorable Speaker, I managed to read from Center for Disease Control their report on nodding syndrome. They are trying to rule out the black flies, which actually Minister of Health is saying it is the cause of the problem. I therefore want to amend the prayer from the motion that let the Ministry of Health lay on table the report from Center for Disease Control, so that we know if there is something being hidden. Because as we talk, this problem is actually in areas affected by the war. According to Center for Disease Control, it is in Uganda, in northern Uganda, where there was a war. It is in South Sudan, where there was war. Also, it happened some time back in Tanzania, where there was war. So we need to handle this issue seriously as a country. And I think it is important that Honorable Liliana Bear brought it now And I think this 11th Parliament should do things in a different way. For a short-term procedure or method of solving the problem, we need immediately the food items to these people. And the number is not very big, can be handled by the government. And then we have to come up with the medium term and the long term
Honorable members, let's not repeat what you has already been said.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Msamesa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the mover of the motion, Honorable Lillian, and the honorable members. If you have read this motion carefully, the honorable members given the dates when Parliament handled this matter before she came in. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm lucky I'm among those members of Parliament who went to these areas by the leadership of by then Honorable Beatrice Anya when he was still with us on this side. I took time, we took time, we visited, Right, Honorable Speaker, even the homes of these children, some of them. We visited the regional referral hospitals in those areas where this problem was taking place. That's why when we came back, what we found there made the Parliament to release funds to this affected area. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have to go two-pronged. One, we must, Honorable Speaker, through you, with your powers, you have to direct the Auditor General to go and investigate all the funds that we are sent to this region as we give them more funds as Parliament. The challenges in this area, we saw the doctors, all the experts were saying that there was even, they were thinking of a certain fly that would have been causing problems. And we suggested, we recommended that let them get the sprays for that particular fly so that it can be worked on the areas where they were thinking the problem was coming from. No, members, let me first drive my point home because the speaker has given time and we are
1 minute.
1 minute. So, what happened? We gave money, we went to these regional hospitals, we looked at them, they were also like the patients themselves. We gave recommendation how these hospitals should be given, they were taken care of. We looked at the type of foods. Just 1 second, 2 seconds. The type of food to be given to these children. Not mere taking food, portion beans from disaster preparedness ministry, what. But these children need certainly energy building, nutritious foods. But what took place? The vouchers, when I already and there was, you were a bit reluctant to come out directly. The vouchers stole the money, they ate everything. That's why when I was giving the facts of those figures, how do you spend more money on transport allowances against those who are treating?
Honorable members,
so as I conclude, I pray that we will direct the Auditor General to look into those funds Parliament gave as a major intervention to this region. These children will become.
Honorable members, we need an audit on the funds that were already released for the nodding. Yes.
Madam Speaker, procedure. Madam Speaker, Auditor General has already audited. And if he has audited, there's a report. Unless we are suspicious that the Auditor General maybe did not an in-depth audit.
Does Auditor General audit the funds given to nodding people?
Yes, it like
specifically. We are looking at a specific amount that was disbursed.
Then that's what we should do, Madam Speaker.
Yes, this is a specific amount that was given.
Then you call it forensic audit. Because if you take with that audit.
You know, you called me when me and you, we are from the same profession. Honorable members, he used to be my chairperson of PAC. We will have a forensic, we need a forensic audit on the funds released for nodding victims and nodding deceased. We need that report as one of the addition to the what? To the prayers. Alum, Kelo, Aluma Kelo. Members, you will speak. Those who will not speak will speak in the next one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, my district is one of the districts affected by the Nordic syndrome, more especially the border sub-counties bordering Acholi land. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true that as a parliament in 2018, we authorized government to spend 1.3342330 billion for this cause. But Right Honorable Speaker, the way this money was spent is very much questionable. And yet, Right Honorable Speaker, the conditions of these children is really very pathetic. The parents are very desperate, more so the mothers, who are supposed to do a number of things on top of taking care of these children. Right Honorable Speaker, this financial year, I have been informed we gave only 5 million for monitoring. Madam Speaker, these children need much more than monitoring. They need also routine survey to get the conditions of these children and even the families that they lived in. Madam Speaker, as you may be aware, the general population is not sensitized about the conditions. So much so that many of our people believe that this is witchcraft. About 3 weeks ago, when I was in the constituency, one of the many children who were there, who was showing conditions of the Northern syndrome, was taken to the witch doctor. And when I tried to convince them to go to the medical facility, they were also convinced that this was not a medical issue, but a witchcraft.
Akelo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this motion. This is very dear to my heart. I want to thank Honorable Lillian. Speaker, I want to remind colleagues that in the 9th Parliament, we were able to bring Associate Professor David Kitara Lagoro, who I remember stood there and made a presentation on nodding syndrome. Madam Speaker, it is not true that information is not there. Professor Dr. Lagoro and Dr. Susan Gazda of US made a very good research, and I want to interest my colleagues. There is actually a publication. Just hold on. There is a publication in a journal of neurological sciences that is 369, 2016, pages 100. Go and read this. It talks a lot about nodding syndrome. Madam Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of members that actually nodding syndrome is treatable. This is because Dr. Susan Gazda, who is an American, who started Hope for Humans, which was in Odek, had a facility where they would treat these children, rehabilitate them, and they would go back home. But when she wrote to me an email, it was a very emotional email because she felt she was in the fight alone, and she packed her bags, went back to America. And she said this disease is actually treatable. I can testify that so many of the children who went through these centers were treated and given the right food, actually got out and were okay. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. But in Amuro, I was also saddened that a family had 5 children, just one family had 5 children with the same condition, and that is a nodding syndrome. I pray that members, we support this cause and that we see that there's a specific allocation for this problem in our budget year in, year out, so that we stop. I give you the information, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gilbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate Honorable Abe Lillian for this very important motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, right now we need to go to the way forward. We have talked about nodding syndrome since the 9th Parliament, the 10th Parliament, up to now. I propose, Right Honorable Speaker, to amend Honorable Lillian's prayer that government should provide at least 30 pieces of iron seeds to the families affected with nodding syndrome. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at where these children are staying, the kind of grass-thatched building they are living in, supporting less than 2,000 families with pieces of iron seeds will never defeat government, Right, Honorable Speaker. I pray that the government should provide a low-cost houses for these families to live a makeable life. Two, Right, Honorable Speaker, I pray that every financial year, government should budget for the nodding syndrome. At the look of things, the nodding syndrome may not go away. It seems the disease has come to stay. And these children, we are not sure whether they are going to recover. I pray that, Honorable Speaker, let Parliament resolve that every financial year, at least a budget should be located to help and support these children. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we would like to know the root cause of this nodding syndrome. Since then, we don't know the root cause. According to the minister, she was explaining that it was black flies that is bringing it.
Babiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I join the rest in thanking my sister Bay for this motion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is so ashamed and embarrassing because the level of attention given to the victims is so minimal, and yet they exist and we have been watching at them. Therefore, I request my government to prioritize this, to attach a lot of commitment to this cause. To Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I propose there should be regular update of the statistics of the people who get infected, because the infection is continuous, so that we can be able to budget. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is not only now a matter of health, but it needs multi-sectoral approach. Therefore, I request to sit down with her colleagues and bring a comprehensive report, because it has economic perspective. To Right Honorable Speaker, in that lane, when the late Right Honorable Speaker was alive, it was in this house. He persuaded the Parliament with passion, and we voted money. But also, we made a decision that the Ministry for Northern Uganda should have a specific action taken.
Lucas. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion by Honorable Lillian Aber. Right Honorable Speaker, the majority of the communities affected by the nodding syndrome live in very remote rural settings, and these present very practical challenges. Some of them being unavailability of drugs, and sometimes also drugs being unaffordable or both. And as such, some of the recommendations, for example, I pick on fast-tracking the operationalization of the rehabilitation centers as a key area. What we have on the ground currently as the rehabilitation center is a white elephant. A lot of money
has already gone into that construction. And I would put these prayers that if possible, let's have in the immediate term, the government coming forward to strengthen and operationalize what we have available. And then to avoid us moving in circles, as we have already learned, previously there has been this on the floor of Parliament, and with very serious prayers, we recommend that we amend the prayers so that we can have a comprehensive report from the government, the funds which were already utilized. Can we know what it has covered? And then specifically the gaps so that we know where the funding will go. I thank you.
Azar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and my dear colleagues. Now is the time to be practical about the issue of nodding syndrome disease. Can we have isolation centers? Can we have collection centers where we can have all these people and where they can be treated and where they can be fed and where research can be done so that we isolate them and see whether it is non-communicable or it's communicable. That's the only way now. Let us have these centers constructed by government. Minister of Education, of Health, you are here. Let us have these centers. Let's be practical. Let us isolate them. Let us treat them. Let us feed them, accommodate them. Let us not circulate in the public. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
What is the problem? Elder.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm speaking as a person who visited the Northern region in 9th Parliament. Try to understand the disease by visiting the health, those who are in health facilities, those who are in a collective center, and even go to houses where these children are. It is very pathetic. If up to this time, nothing has been done, I'm so sorry for Uganda. Honorable Lillian has brought it. She gave short-term, medium-term, long-term, and amongst these things, she mentioned something about research. It's a pity. Up to this time, Uganda has not taken a lot of interest to do research, comprehensive research, to understand what is the problem of that disease. Why is it that syndrome came following unrest in northern region? When the war was in West Nile, one time in BBC.
Honorable Kum, there's information on research here.
Honorable, thank you. Thank you, Honorable, for giving way. There is abundant research that has been done on nodding disease. And there is abundant information on the cause. The disease is caused by a filarial worm, and there are proteins associated with that worm. By a fly called the black fly, Simulium. It breeds in waters that are running. When you go to the north, you will find that disease associated with that. What I'm surprised, why the Ministry of Health is failing to take the necessary steps, first of all, to deal with the black fly, and also to treat people with onchocerciasis, which is a filarial worm infection, so that our people are helped. What we are talking about here are the syndrome, as if people are saying
There is abundant research that has been done. The Americans have done it in the National Institute of Health, and they have produced good information. I want to inform you.
Thank you for the information. And we need to differentiate the nodding and epilepsy. Let's not mix it.
In fact, when you look at these children, their muscle, it has affected their mental capacity. It has even affected their eyes. They know, these children who are suffering from the disease, the eyes look quite differently. But that is research. I wish they could tell us what problem. If I'm hearing that more children are coming on, then it is really a grave
information.
No, yeah.
A grave problem in this country. One of the things we should emphasize here, the research results should be used. One, to stop the disease. Two, a lot of attention needs to, because those children, when I look at them in medical terms, the only thing which is remaining for them is when do they die? I'm telling you, some of the mothers cannot even go that far. They need to be with these children all the time. It's a lot of problems. Hence, I totally agree with this motion, and the families need to be helped. Thank you very much.
No, yeah. Is that Honorable One?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to thank my sister, Honorable Abe, for bringing this motion. I stand here in total support of the motion. If there has been a lot of research on the subject, then I think there is negligence somewhere. There must be negligence somewhere. The very attention that was given to COVID should be given to this disease. I want to implore this House to use the motion that was brought by the Honorable Lillian to heighten their attention towards this disease. And let this research that we have been talking about here not just be limited. It should be a sustainable research, should not actually stop. The funds we are allocating for this disease, there should be a special funding for research. It should be an endless endeavor. The results of the findings of the Center for Disease should actually be married by the results of the independent researchers in this country. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that let us continue to invest in research so that we stop this spiral of running around and around and trying to look for solutions for the problems that we don't understand. Let's tackle the root cause and not the symptom. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah Fendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the motion that was presented by the Honorable Lillian Abel. And Right Honorable Speaker, I am speaking as a person who even presented a report to this House, then as Minister of State for Health, when this matter was presented on the floor of this House. And Right Honorable Speaker, what I want to inform members is that it is true, the nodding syndrome is there. However, when we went to the ground, the findings were that while we have children with nodding syndrome, most of the cases that were being thought to be nodding syndrome cases were actually epilepsy cases. And Right Honorable presented then, I led the team that went on the ground. And Right Honorable Speaker, for example, this is the report presented in 2019, that we had 5,104 epilepsy cases from different districts. But the nodding syndrome cases, and most of them actually were old cases, were 2,143. So this is the information that I want to give the House, that yes, what is true is that most of these children with the nodding syndrome, on testing them, they had high viral load of the onchocerciasis. And of course, Right Honorable Speaker, what needs to be done by the government is to continue the aerial spraying. I don't know whether the ministry has funds for this, because when you control the black fly, then you also control that challenge in the district. But also the challenge of epilepsy should not be mixed with the nodding syndrome. And it is likely that we are confusing the two cases. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank Honorable Lilian Abel for raising such an important matter. Right Honorable Speaker, I observed during my movement that the communities that are involved, that there's lack of involvement of community fully in participation during the implementation of goes down there. They move people from Kampala down there, and communities are left out when they leave. I will suggest a bottom-top approach whereby the community is fully involved on planning, implementation, and management of these patients. And lastly, I will also suggest, most times we suggest short-term implementation, but we have observed that short-term don't really work well for the government of Uganda. I would suggest that government will fully financially empower these families rather than these short-term things of giving iron sheets. If we give iron sheet, they will also ask for bricks, then cement, and more. So my suggestion is rather we should financially empower these families so that they are able to take care of their long-term needs. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Dr. Ruyonga.
Thank you, Madam.
Ruyonga, then Enos.
Thank you, Madam.
Ruyonga, then Enos.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. I would like to support Abba for the motion, but from the research, the cause of nodding syndrome is not known. That's why we're getting conflicting information. And in fact, if you see what's happening now, it is one of the neglected tropical diseases. That's why up now we are discussing it now. But what I would pray, it seems the Ministry of Health hasn't done a lot. We have to do more research and even give feedback. Because if you don't do that, then, because there is instability in that area, you find that people lose trust in what is being done by the government. So let us put more funds in the research. From there, we can be able to find out what would be causing nodding syndrome in those areas. They are talking about onchocerciasis. We have onchocerciasis in Hoim, but we don't have nodding syndrome. So the cause up now is not known.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then Donald.
I raise on Rule 81, close of debate. I really believe that my honorable colleagues have exhaustively discussed this motion. I put a motion that we close the debate and you make a decision, and the ministry will later give us feedback on issues that they have raised. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Is it seconded? Yes, Casilo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I will definitely second the motion. But then, before I especially say that, Madam Speaker, this is the fourth time we're having motions on nodding disease. Can we extract assurance from the Ministry of Health that this time you are going to give us a feedback? And Madam Speaker, I want to question you that you direct the Minister of Health to keep updating, and the Minister of Prime Minister's office to keep updating this house on a monthly basis what they have done, because we don't want just talk all the time, pass a motion and government does not respond. So can we extract the assurance from the leader of government business and the Minister of Health that on a monthly basis, they must be updating us on the issues which have been on the motion, the recommendations, the prayers, from all the reports that were passed, Madam Speaker. That if they do that, Madam Speaker, then I definitely second that we close the debate and proceed, but let the government give us commitment and we keep following it up on a monthly basis. We are receiving feedback on the matters that have been raised by colleagues here.
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I have been in this parliament for some time. And I have actively participated whenever the motions on the nodding disease comes into this house. My seat had always been there. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as a Minister of Health, we take note of Honorable Abelian's concern, and we align ourselves as a raised in her motion with the prayers and the submissions by all the honorable members and colleagues. Being a minister does not mean that we don't feel what our sisters and brothers in the northern region are feeling about this disease. I only want to be very precise. One is that, Right Honorable Speaker, as a ministry, we do appreciate and take note of your guidance, as some members have also submitted, that there is a need to have an immediate and mid-term and long interventions, and which are holistic. But I want again to come and confirm here that currently the coordinator now of the nodding disease is our leader, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, as of now. That is how serious the government is taking this issue by giving it to our leader of government as a coordinator, and it is coordinated as a multi-sector. Right Honorable Speaker, again, I want to take note of the three issues you raised, and correctly, members in their contributions, they have hinted so much about them. Issue number one was, in this budget of 22-23, is there a budget for management of the nodding disease? If I got you right. Honorable Speaker,
I didn't say for management, I said for the victims. Management is different from victim,
Okay.
for different from the victims getting the money.
Correctly.
Actually, we as government, we actually spend money on management than giving to the victims.
Correctly. Much obliged. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to respond to this. Honorable colleagues, initially, the Ministry of Health was the one which was receiving this budget for the nodding disease.
But from the financial year of 2018 and 2019, as members have testified, the Ministry of Finance sends directly the money my honorable colleague mentioned in this house directly to the districts. Directly to the districts. And as a ministry, we do welcome again your guidance that there must be a forensic audit.
And a forensic audit. You leave the minister to finish her statement. You're going to disorganize her. You first continue. You will clarify later.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for protecting me. Right colleagues, you should appreciate. I am answering, responding time. And the concerns that as a ministry, currently, how far are we? So I have clarified that as of now, there is no budget. The reason to the Minister of Health, that the budget, the Minister of Finance sends it straight to the districts that are affected. That you can establish, that the forensic report is going to establish that. I need protection.
Honorable members, when the doctor is talking, you keep quiet. And
Now,
she's being sincere that the money goes to the districts, and that's the money we need to be audited.
and I want to come again and say that there is money which my other colleague mentioned.
Minister of Finance, can you help us and give us evidence that this money goes to the districts? Please give us evidence and come and lay on table that this money has been going to the districts.
You have heard. Right, and it is true, Right Honorable Speaker, that at that time the monies which my 1.3342330001,334,234 before was being released to the Minister of Health. But as of now, the Minister of Health, through an NGO called the Kata Center, which one colleague alluded to, is the one which is still giving little funds to the Ministry of Health for social and those small management issues. That one I have clarified. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, members have alluded about if there is a study or a research. And some members have also confirmed that researches have been done. As a ministry, yes, researches have been conducted by many scientists, but we agree we need to invest more into this research. And during and after the epidemic concluded, it was confirmed that nodding syndrome is caused by what my other colleague there said, by a small cold ecoceciasis. That one. Ecoceciasis. And ecoceciasis, honorable members, is a river blindness. I am giving what the experts have come up with. It's not as an IFA. So, and this...
Honorable Nifa, you're protected. Why you talk?
I'm talking, I'm there. Thank you.
Honorable Nandara is
and Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, because you are have said, we do agree that we need to have immediate term and the mid-term and long-term. And I have said now it's under the Right Honorable Prime Minister's management. The findings, as per the Minister of Health, is that this information, and some members have even said yes, was disseminated to the stakeholders as way back as 2017. And I want to thank my senior Honorable Saro Pendi, because she came here that time and gave a report and did findings. Therefore, as of now, that to control that the ecosasiasis,
Information.
Let me finish, you are going to give me. And that is the river blindness. Wait, I finish, I'll give you. About to finish with this disease and the word of the disease. So what have we done?
Honorable Nifa, can you summarize?
I'm about to end. Honorable Speaker, as a ministry, what we have done, we have emphasized the treatment with, and the doctors can bear me here, with ivermectin, which still is continuing to be administered. And by annual basis, the river dosing and all the treatment, which is now under our concern, through the National Medical Store. So the budget we have, the little we have, is managed by the National Medical Store and goes for medication. And this is why we are happy that we thank again Honorable Abe, that and through you, that this Parliament together, we get more funds to address this issue. Finally, about the report from the Center of Disease Control, I am the one who represents this country on the East African region, the Ministers of Health, sector committees. I was there last week. This issue is an issue on the agenda, and it is not a concern of only this country, but on our own report, I can't commit, I have to come back. And on the resolutions,
just a small one, Captain. You said you're a committee member of that thing. Is it confirmed that it's only in Uganda where this syndrome is, or even Sudan or Congo? And if it's there, what have they said?
What I can say, currently, as a region, we are faced with what is called communicable diseases. And this is one of them. And now we are looking at within the region.
Is it communicable or non-communicable? Is it?
Non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases. And right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, what we do?
Protect me, I'm winding up.
You people,
let me wind up.
You finish. Can you finish?
Let me wind up.
Please finish.
I am answering the few ones that came up.
Finish.
Many. And this I am coming where the Honorable asked, and I'm giving.
Honorable members, the minister has given you the information she has.
Clarification, Madam.
That is one. Two, we want government to report to this house after every 3 months on the status what we have done, what they have done, and what is happening on the ground. Audit on the money that was sent for nodding syndrome,
Much of
and I'm directing the Auditor General to do that and give a report to this House. That is on top of the prayers of Honorable Abe Lillian. And we need an interim, medium, and long-term strategy for these families that should come up very clearly. Honorable members, honorable minister, that's okay. That's enough.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. We are going to ensure that we take in seriously and note the directives and come back here and report. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much, everyone.
Honorable members, I put a question that the House adopts the motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize intervention on the nodding disease syndrome in northern Uganda plus the amendments. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Next item.
Item 7, motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the proposal by the government of Uganda to acquire 150,000 preference shares worth approximately Uganda shillings 202.13 billion
Honorable members, why don't you keep quiet?
in Roko Construction Limited.
Please. Honorable members, the proposal for government to acquire 150,000 preference shares in Roko Construction Limited was tabled on 7th July 2022. And it was accompanied with a letter of no objection from Attorney General's Chambers, who is the advisor of government. The proposal was referred to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee is ready with its report. However, this motion needs to be presented by the minister. The wording of the agenda on the item on the order part should have been the motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government of Uganda to acquire 150,000 preference shares worth 202.13 billion in Roko Construction Limited. The minister's motion will have to be reflected that way. That is how the minister's motion will be reflected. The Minister of Finance, Planning, Economic Development will move a motion to that effect. And then the committee report will be presented. I am also aware that there is a minority report, and then we'll debate on both. And when it is moved, the House will take a decision. I am hearing Honorable Elijah saying tomorrow. We are going to finish. Honorable Minister, can you move your motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The procedure I'm raising, a few minutes or 1 hour ago too, we sent a committee to.
I am aware of that issue. Honorable, I am the one who sent a committee, and I am aware of it, and I will act at an appropriate time. With due respect, my chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the proposal by government of Uganda to purchase 150,000 preferential shares in Local Construction Company Limited worth Uganda shillings 207.13 0.13 billion. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Mongi, Victoria, Nifa, Honorable Charo, Aroboy, by Vice Chair Finance, Olobo, Abe, Achayo, Asimwe, Max, Gerald, by Linos, by the whole house. So can you speak to your motion? But I've mentioned the names that will be in the answer.
Madam Speaker, on 12th July this year, I presented a proposal to Parliament for government of Uganda to acquire 150,000 preference shares offered by Roko Construction Company Limited, worth Uganda shillings 207.13 billion. I would like, Madam Speaker, to thank the chairman and colleagues from the Finance Committee for considering the proposal and the cordial interactions we had. Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate the objective of government's proposal to provide financial support to Local Construction Company Limited. The proposed intervention is meant to first and foremost ensure that local construction is restored to be able to complete government's projects that are currently at standstill because of the company's liquidity constraints. We also want to enable the company to pay its creditors and prevent adverse impact on the financial sector and the construction industry, as it owes money to several suppliers and subcontractors. This intervention is therefore aimed at ensuring that local construction continues to exist and any potential economy-wide effects of the company's collapse is prevented. Madam Speaker, we also want to ensure that the intangible benefits that constitute local construction as a 52-year-old quality Ugandan construction brand are maintained. Government's intention is not to own local construction, and its intervention is time-bound to end in the next 5 years, with the company repaying government of the financial support it has provided. Right Honorable Speaker, as we have stated, we are cognizant of the need to ensure the effectiveness and sustainability of the intervention. In this respect, we shall embrace all the governance and management safeguards that have been proposed. I would like to reiterate the importance of government's representation on the company's board of directors and the additional powers that they have, for instance, to veto the company's annual budget, any loan acquisition, and the disposal of the company's assets. The internal controls that will be enhanced by the government's chief internal auditor to ensuring that the taxpayers' money is put to good use. The company has also agreed to restructure its management and recruit a competent managing director. With these few comments, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, and I'm made to understand that the chairperson is ready to report to the House.
Thank you so
Right
much.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Can I have the chairperson present the report? Both chairs, chair on this side and the other side. Yes.
Madam Speaker, under Article 159 of our Constitution, it is very clear, close to, that government shall not borrow, guarantee or raise a loan on behalf of itself or any other public institution, authority or a person, except as authorized by or under an act of Parliament. Madam Speaker, basically what we want to do is to raise a loan on behalf of a company. And here we have two committees. We have a committee of national economy, which deals with the what? Borrowing. We have a committee of finance, which basically comes to appropriate what they have been not borrowed. So, Madam Speaker, would it be procedure right for a committee of finance to come here now to start and say, give money? Yet, the committee which allows us to give money is the one of national economy that have borrowed the money here, go and give it away. Is it procedure right?
Under 159(3), that's why we have this motion here.
Madam Speaker, I don't have intentions of debating with my speaker. The only thing is just to give some professional advice. And under Article 159(3), those are just terms of their own. But the most important one, Madam Speaker, is 52.
Yes, an order from chair.
Order from where? From Kenya?
Okay, from Kenya, from wherever. The honorable member is a member of the finance committee.
Yes.
He had the opportunity of raising this, but he had the opportunity of raising this to the committee, but he didn't want, he chose not to raise it. But in any case, there has been some amendments on that, and the sector committees start the consideration of these sort of things.
That is under Rule 155.
Yeah, so if Parliament deems that relator referred to national economy, then that's fine.
Under Rule 155, we say the sector committee should look at the what? At the report first before it goes to. Yes, Minister, you have something to say?
Also to Madam Speaker, to allay the fears of my senior in the profession, Honorable Mafari, is that we are not seeking to borrow. We are moving under Section 23 of the Public Finance Management Act on multi-year commitment. What we are seeking will result into a commitment, and the law does not allow us to do that without approval of Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can you go ahead and present your... Go ahead and present the report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, honorable members. Government of Uganda is seeking to acquire preferential shares in Roko, as outlined by the minister. And it's, as mentioned, it's moving under the Public Finance Management Act, Section 23, which requires that multi-year commitments have to be approved by Parliament. The matter was referred to the Finance Committee. Although we've not had much time really, it's been within about 2 weeks that we've considered this, but we believe we have the facts to present for you to make the appropriate decision. But I like very much to thank, before I go on, I like very much to thank my honorable colleagues who worked day and night to make sure that we make sense of all this to present to you a credible report. I thank very much the members. I thank very much the Honorable Minister with whom we had maximum support on this, and all stakeholders that were involved that we called at very short notice, including the Attorney General.
Go
Now,
to the issues.
I'd like to try and summarize and then concentrate on the observation and recommendations. Founded in 1969, Roko is a leading construction company in Uganda. The first construction company to acquire an international certification. This speaks a lot to its policies and procedures, internal control systems. It's ranked the largest construction company in Uganda. It has undertaken several construction of many iconic buildings in Uganda, which includes Workers' House, Kwese Towers, Bank of Uganda, Mapera House, Acacia Mall, the Village Mall, Rwenzori Towers, and many others. As its profile, it has an asset base of 560 billion, calculated on a discounted cash flow basis. Has over 400 direct and indirect suppliers, employs over...
Honorable Nandala, there is one chair in the house. You come and sit near.
Employs 1,945 staff and 13,000 indirectly. It has a strong reputation for training technicians and craftsmen. And actually, many people in this country proudly talk of having gone through Roko. It's strongly associated with quality work. Over the years, it has been the leading taxpayers in the sector, paying on average 15 billion Uganda shillings per annum and 1.4 billion in pensions. It has projects at hand worth on which it has signed the contracts worth 1,064 billion. It has 696 billion of those projects as government projects. But also, Madam Speaker, it has in the offing projects that is negotiating at the moment worth 1,200 billion in the pipeline. Madam Speaker, over the years, the company has registered deteriorating financial health. Why? First of all, it's the issue of delayed payment. We all know the problem of domestic areas that we've been talking about in this parliament for a number of years. I think, this is something that we all know, that the government delays paying. The majority of the contracts that Roko has have been with government. Then the second problem was failure to refinance expensive loans with the cheaper dollar loans due to its financial position. Then, of course, the other one is COVID-19, which has affected many companies. I'm really surprised that this is how members are reacting to this. Let me tell you a story of one of the... Okay, anyway. Okay, COVID has a huge impact on the company. Then there is a problem of declined revenue in the construction industry. Then, as a result of all this, its loans shot up. And then also the problem of bank guarantees. So it has loans worth about 154 billion. It has bank guarantees worth 130 billion. Then it owes its suppliers. And these suppliers are small subcontractors that have been subcontracting from it. and suppliers for raw materials. And these are owed 46.8 billion. So the company is facing severe liquidity challenges with severe consequences on projects it's undertaking. And some of the projects that it's undertaking at the moment includes 209 projects worth 292 billion that have stalled. The projects that have stalled include our own building here for Parliament of Uganda, the Inspectorate of Government building, the Ministry of Finance, Cancer Institute, and a few other projects. It's against that background that Roko approached Government of Uganda for Government of Uganda to acquire shares in Roko. And finally, they agreed on 150,000 redeemable participating shares at a nominal value of 1 million per share, payable over 5 years. And this total transaction is costing the Uganda government 207.13 billion. The money is to be used to raise capital investment to increase operational efficiency and capacity output on projects, create a new line of revenue equipment hire out, increase company competitiveness through on-time project completion and strong through liquidity strength. Now, it should be noted that as Roko's financial health was deteriorating, it approached the president in 2019. The president directed the Ministry of Finance to pursue the acquisition of shares in Roko, but within the law. And the PS wrote to the director of UDC. UDC did the preliminary wrote to the director of UDC to carry out first the due diligence, and the two to do the evaluation of the company. UDC did the preliminary work. The preliminary work indicated that Roko required a significant amount of support, but also that it will cost this work, in order to do what it had been asked to do, the work will cost it 800 million. In the view of the state of the company at that moment in time, UDC concluded that the valuation wouldn't add much value to what the government was proposing to do. And that what was required was to salvage the company, Roko, and then after salvaging the company, then we can look at other possibilities of acquiring shares and whatever may be later. So focus then was salvaging the company as a going concern with deep relationship in Uganda's banking and construction industry to avoid the threats of its collapse and how that will impact, first of all, on the construction sector, then two, on the banking industry itself, three, on its suppliers, and four, on the subcontractors. This point is returned to shortly hereafter. Now, what is government proposing to do? The mechanism of the transaction. What is being proposed is that 3 agreements will be signed, and one of them is the share subscription agreement, which we'll be referring to a few times. And that will govern the relationship between Roko and the government of Uganda. The other agreement will be the Master for Fighting Agreement, which will be between, Structured for Fighting Facility Term Sheet Agreement, Bank and Roko. It's under that agreement that money will be released to Roko. And I will talk about how the money will be released. Then the other one will be the Master for Fighting Agreement that will govern the receivable and others. Then the share subscription agreement provides that Roko, after signing the share subscription agreement, Roko will issue the bill of exchange. I said I will summarize. I can read, Madam Speaker, if you prefer that.
Can you summarize? This was uploaded and it is. Why don't you people keep quiet?
Okay, now that's the truth anyway. The Roko will issue bill of exchange against the after the share subscription agreement is signed. Roko exchange. These bills of exchange will be then after signing them, they'll be taken to the Trade and Development Bank and they will be discounted. They will be cashed prematurely, so discounted. And under that mechanism, money will be given to Roko.
Honorable Seungu, can you sit? Can you finish? Continue. What do you want him to do? I told him to summarize. Can you summarize?
I don't know.
And that
for you, you used to choke. Because you're a teacher, you used to choke. So. Let him summarize. Let him summarize.
Yeah.
By the way, honorable members, I want us to make a decision on this issue objectively. And when you look at, and let's look at the principles. First, leave alone the name Roko. Look at the principles of what is the essence of this. When you look at the major report and look at the minority report, the minority report actually improves the major report. And which this house can put together and say, fine, these are the principles, we must go by these principles, these are the governance issues that we must follow, these are the financial issues that we must handle before anything. Let's look at the principles. And if we are saying we want to promote Bubu, and this is a local company, then you go for it. Listen. And if this has been brought by government, now we are going to ask government, is this the only company? And if it is not the only company, can you give us other companies also?
Okay, now let me look at what informed, what guided our decision as a committee and the decision, how we reached the decision that we reached.
Are you done?
No, okay. Now the first point that governed our decision when we are thinking about this was that first of all, we should consider the macroeconomic impact of failure to intervene. And let me tell you that there may be, some people may have changed their mind now, but in the committee, agreement on that was unanimous. Secondly, we said we should look at this in the public interest. 3, we said the decision should be anchored in business case analysis.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Seungu. Honorable Seungu. Honorable Seungu. You know the rules of this house. If you're shouting order, go to National Theatre. Go to National Theatre. Leave him to present. Chivumbi will present, will debate. Stop those things of disrupting people.
Okay, so just recap. We said we should look at the evidence of this on the macroeconomic impact of failure. We should look at it in public interest.
Honorable members, kindly listen. If you don't, we shall put a vote. We will put a vote. Let's listen to, let's have respect for each other.
Then we said it should be anchored in the business case analysis. There should be evidence that the bailed out company will recover. There should be some mechanism, sufficient mechanism to mitigate a possibility of risky behavior in the company. And then finally, that it should be holistic, objective, transparent, and sustainable. And that's exactly what we've done in the majority report. First, we've seen it as something worth supporting in the public interest. 1, the sector is dominated by foreign companies. Roko is our leading indigenous company. A quality brand. We are keen to ensure that it continues trading. Now, there is a perception which we need to correct. That when you say black person, you think that black person is African. And when you say white person, you think that person is a foreigner. Now, this company,
honorable members, I want you first to listen. As legislators, as people who are learned, you need to establish what is local. That can be established in the articles and memorandum of association of a company and the owner of the company, the directors. And in this case, I am guiding the house. Before I came here, I had to do a lot of research. I have all the documents here, the articles, the memorandum of association from Honorable Nandala. Can you come and have a look at this? From URBS. The certificate of registration of the lady, the owner of Roko, of dual citizenship is here. It is here. She's not related, I don't know her. The majority shareholder of Roko, who is that lady Jean, owns 80% of the shares. She's a Ugandan, a citizen. Her number of citizenship is 0002292, which is issued under Article 15 of the Constitution and Section 19 of the Uganda Citizen and Migration Act. Listen, when you start saying it is a foreign whatever company, my work is to guide you. Can you go ahead?
Okay. Madam, I want to confirm what the speaker gave me, please. The speaker gave me documents. Madam Speaker.
Has the speaker allowed you?
Madam, the speaker spoke and gave me documents. You don't worry, Madam Speaker, he shows me why did he leave you. Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that Roko is a registered company in Uganda, incorporated in Uganda. That's number one I want to confirm. I want to confirm that Roko is indebted to DFCU to a tune of 10 billion.
We are first talking about
I want to confirm that there are three.
Honorable Nandala.
I want to confirm that the main shareholder is gated by bureau.
Order, Madam Speaker. Honorable Nandala. Honorable Nandala, when I delegate you, delegate up to that extent.
Okay. Madam Speaker, the number of other documents we are preparing to lay on table after I've presented this report, including the citizenship of the shareholders. So the Roko is registered in Uganda as a company with a majority shareholder as Mani France Kola with 12,000 shares, and she's a Ugandan.
Give me my document.
I've mentioned the name, Man France Kola.
Can you go ahead, Chair?
Okay, Madam. Now let me go to page 9, where we look at the macroeconomic costs. If this company is not supported, if there is no strategic intervention by government, the consequences of lack of action would have serious ramifications for the construction industry.
Members, please keep quiet. I have been attacked by the family here. You go back. Okay.
Including on the ongoing government projects that Roko is
Honorable, can I have my pictures? I mean my documents. This business of taking pictures of documents of parliament is wrong. It is very wrong, and I know when it gets out, Honorable Duri around with the camera.
Now, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I will defend before any courts of law. In my name, if it goes out, I will defend it.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, if Roko is not supported, it will have serious consequences on the construction sector. And not surprising, the construction sector itself, the Engineers Association under UNASEB made a passionate appeal to Parliament to ensure that this is supported. So the competitors themselves, that Parliament should support this proposal. That's one. The civil society organizations that normally are very critical through their representative organization made a passionate appeal that this organization should be supported. Now, the other thing to consider is the 154 billion that it owes the banking institution. Can you imagine what will happen if it's declared that Roko is closed, and then can you imagine what will happen rationally, emotions apart?
Honorable, can you summarize?
Then Now, I need to mention on that one that at the moment, some of the banks are on the knife edge. They have a portfolio of non-performing loans, some of them at the level of 16%. We can give you evidence. Actually, some of the documents being tabled here has that evidence. Now, so that is on the macroeconomic impact.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, we ought to respect ourselves and respect our own rules. Rule 83 of our rules of procedure clearly states that during a sitting, while a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unnecessary interruptions. You see, every precedent you set, it becomes a norm. Now, the honorable members on the opposite side, you're making noise. Allow the honorable. Yes, you are setting a precedent. Madam Chair, the procedure matter was
Honorable members,
the procedure matter was
honorable members, can you listen?
The procedure matter I was raising, Madam Chair, is Madam Speaker, sorry. The honorable colleague, I don't know whether it's procedurally right for the honorable colleagues to fail their own rules by speaking while an honorable colleague has been given the floor to present a report. We have a choice to reject what he says or to accept, but let us allow him time to present his report and then we make a decision thereafter. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Enos. And this is what I had said before. Let's have respect for each other. Let's listen to the report from the other side and from this side. And when you continue making, and especially people who have been in this parliament longer, like Seungu, you start making all this kind of noise. Chairman, can you finish? I am not going to allow any interruption.
Okay, Madam Speaker, the other point as a strong argument for us is that Roko is still commercially viable. I've mentioned the projects that on which it has contracts. I've mentioned the projects that are in the pipeline. And all these can only be actualized if there is government intervention. Then also, this is not an entirely bailout because we are getting shares in the company. Although they are not ordinary shares, they are preference shares. These shares can be redeemed. Roko can pay government back on a reducing balance. Whatever is cleared, whatever government has cleared, that whatever government has paid before as a result of the bill of exchange I was talking about, can be redeemed by Roko. And the projection is that they'll be paid over the 5 years. Now, in the report, and again trying to give a balanced report, we dealt with some of the reasons why some people are thinking it should not be bailed, or that government should not make this strategic intervention. And I invite you to look at page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, and I bring all those together, the reasons against and the reasons for, from page 14, and observations, recommendations, and conclusion. On the inadequate and insufficient due diligence, on the inadequate, because I think that is the strong point that is coming out in the minority report. One, TDB Bank had to do the due diligence on Roko, and this was robust. It was done by one of the leading Ugandan law firms. TDB had a very close working relationship, has shared that report with the government, and has also shared it with Roko. So it gives us a good feel about the state of of the organization.
So do you appreciate what the minority report is raising on due diligence?
Yes,
That it is prudent for due diligence to be done?
yes, and Madam Speaker, we're making a recommendation on that, that after Parliament has agreed on this, but before signing the subscription share agreement, that our auditor should go in and do the necessary audit.
So do you have that due diligence which was done by the other company?
Yes, we do.
You do.
But we cannot play it because of confidentiality between the parties.
No, we'll need that agreement of the due diligence that when to be presented here. Yes. Just hold on, let him go ahead.
We've looked at the audited accounts of the organization, looked at its compliance standard, looked at its governance, looked at their recovery plans. We've had the clearance from the Attorney General, and we didn't think that there is anything further we can do. But we welcome if there is any information that has emerged that is contrary to what the Attorney General is telling us, and this is from this, we had a meeting with them yesterday. Yesterday. If there is anything coming out contrary to what they are telling us, then we welcome that information. I remember in one of the meetings, a member asked them to prove that they are, I think, to produce a certain report. But anyway, what comes out of this due diligence and evaluation check is that the company has a strong.
Can you stick to what is in the report and conclude?
Okay. What's in the report? That's the first thing I've talked about: inadequate and insufficient due diligence, and that's what we've dealt with that. The other key area is
that is a report of a minority, not so.
But we've dealt.
No, what I am saying, the issue of due diligence is from minority.
Yes, madam.
Yes, so leave the owner of the minority report to talk about his issues or areas of dissent. Then you will respond after he has presented.
Okay, madam.
So,
much obliged.
So can you conclude?
Okay, we've given recommendations on the wide range of things which are contentious, like government coming out with a bailout policy within 6 months.
Clarification.
That committee recommends government treats the prevailing circumstances as exceptional and justifiable because many more companies, especially in the construction industry, will be coming for bailout. There are also issues about the local content arrangement. As I conclude, committee recommends that a condition precedent, that governance and management of Roko is undertaken and emerging issues there to be addressed. There was anxiety about what's being proposed, the veto power and others, but that one, I think I can respond. I can talk about those after the minority report. Then the committee therefore recommends, in summary, in conclusion, now, the committee observes that potentially it would have a severe macroeconomic impact if Roko is not bailed out. It is in the public interest that Roko should be bailed out, as Roko is commercially viable to return to its old glory. There may be issues weighing against the bailout, but the committee notes that there may be issues. The committee notes that government and the partners involved in this have tried to address them. The committee therefore strongly recommends that the government acquire the preference shares and that they're reporting to Parliament on a regular basis. We've recommended 6 months on how this proposal is being implemented. Now, in the committee, we had, and let me put this very clearly, we had agreement, and it was unanimous, that we can take the preference shares. But where we disagreed, the minority were saying that part of it should go into ordinary shares. And that's what brought the, but I'll talk about that, Madam Speaker, if I'm allowed, after they have spoken. Now, I beg to lay Madam Speaker, the report of the committee, minutes of the meeting held internally and with the stakeholders, the brief from Minister of Finance on this, responses to the issues that the committee raised, presentation by the Executive Director of UDC, correspondences between UDC and the Minister of Finance regarding this transaction, talking minutes by the Minister of Finance on this, presentation by the Uganda National Association of Building and Civil Engineering Association contractors, where they strongly supported the proposal, submission by Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi, special resolutions. 1, approving the creation of 150,000 preference shares for purchase by government of Uganda, amending the company's memorandum, resolution amending the company's memorandum and articles of association. Then special resolution allotting the 150,000 preference shares to government of Uganda. Amended share subscription agreement. Actually, it's a draft agreement between the government of Uganda and Roko. Amended, it's still in draft form, share subscription agreement between the government of Uganda and Roko, where the issues of concern have been addressed. Constitution of Roko Construction Limited, Roko annual returns for the year ending 2021, notice of increase of share capital, Roko Construction Limited company review, Roko Construction Limited budget work plan for key projects, Roko report and financial statement for years 2018, 2019, and 2020. Roko Construction Limited list of government projects and government projects. Profile, Roko risk profile and mitigation plan. Proof of nationality of Roko directors. Latest company return of allotment. Business valuation report, one of the key documents that informed this. The roofing limited case that was dismissed. I beg to lay, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, you have something to say? Can we first get a brief on the minority report? Can we have a brief on the minority report? Then you will say it.
As a sector minister for finance.
Yeah, can we have a minority report? Please just give us a brief.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. From the outset, it is prudent to appreciate that Roko is a powerful brand. Its contribution in defining landmarks and skylines in Uganda is remarkable. Irrespective of these accolades, the company that has the competitive edge in winning huge construction projects and holds running projects worth 1 trillion. Unfortunately, it is locked with governance challenges, huge indebtedness, and numerous legal suits. The factors compounded led to liquidity challenges and motivated the company itself to seek a bailout from government through acquisition of 150,000 preferential shares. These are worth approximately 207.3 billion as per the proposal laid by the Minister of State for General Duties on 7th July 2022. Subsequently, the proposal was referred to the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning. I go to areas of dissent. 1, due diligence. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the government, confession of the minister, that does not have a policy on bailout. This is the government that does not have guidelines on bailout. This is the government that doesn't have a work plan whatsoever on a bailout. In reference to the president's letter, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development was required to follow all legal procedures in acquisition of equity in Roko Construction Limited. Thus, a directive of the president. On this basis, the permanent secretary then, I remind members, we are speaking about before COVID. This is 2019. This is what the PS wrote. On this basis, the permanent secretary to the treasury instructed Uganda Development Corporation, UDC, to contract competent professional accounting firms to undertake the required due diligence. The results of the due diligence were to inform the equity acquisition. The executive director of UDC informed the committee that it did not undertake the required due diligence. It was attributed to failure to access funds mounting to 800 million shillings required to contract a competent professional. It is therefore illogical for government to fail to avail 800 million for the due diligence exercise, but instead proceed to seek approval from Parliament for 207.13 billion. Only 800 was required. They said they had no money, but here we are. They want us to give out 277 billion. All that was done. Listen to what was done that the KEFA, with due respect, my chair and my friend, refers to as the due diligence. The Budget Directorate of Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development undertook a brief, and this is from the file of statement of ministry has filed here. I quote this verbatim. The Directorate of Ministry of Finance and Economic undertook a brief review on the capital and debt financing plans of local construction. A critical examination of the brief clearly indicated that the technical capacity and legal risks of the company were not considered. Therefore, it is improper for the majority report to rely on a report of the ministry that had a limited scope. Besides, it's important to note that the PS recommended for contracting of a competent professional accounting firm, upon which the minister and EDC was required to do this work. Additionally, the majority report relied on all the constitutional documents of the company filed on 24th July 1969. Yet the committee was informed of amendment regarding share capital. For instance, share capital had been increased from 200,000 in 1969 to the current amount of 15 billion. This is the company that has a share capital of 15 billion. If it is failing, we can buy out. We can, 15 billion only. We buy it. We are the rich people. We buy it. Uganda is with the money. Why not buy it if it has failed? The committee was not furnished with amended articles of association and share allotment. I know what they have. They have a notice. They have given us a notice to file allotment. That's not allotment. And it is after we instigated them. All that was presented to the committee was a notice of increase in share capital and the annual returns. Later on, I'm going to ask Honorable Nandala, a very professional accounting, honorable colleagues, to go through the accountings of as of first December of last year, to go through it so that you know that if Roko is honest from its books of accounts, it can sort itself out without coming to government. It's high time we raise the bar of this parliament. So you come to this parliament where they are really professionals with the Juakali documents. No, I can't say kwara. In the extract of the cabinet minutes, I want to extract the cabinet minute of 2-1, the current one. There is a precondition set by the president that should have been adhered to before submission of the proposal to parliament. It reads, this is the cabinet list, cabinet minutes extract that sat on what? On Monday. This is what it says. Note, the directive by His Excellency the President to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to enrich the paper on the government of Uganda's preferential shares subscription in Roko Construction Company with the relevant data, clearly highlighting the hemorrhage of the country's resources over the years through profit repatriation before submission to parliament. That was on Tuesday. Before they could, that was Monday. By Thursday, they were here filing papers, not done any work. Please, colleagues, this is what the president directed you to do. The president's directive referred to.
Honorable Minister, I hope you're taking notes.
The presidential directive referred to in the extract reaffirmed the need to contract a professional, competent firm to undertake due diligence of the company. It should be noted that the cabinet extract was being drawn from minutes of a cabinet meeting held on 4th July 2027. Please note, 2022. Please note that this directive was given at most a month after proposal was tabled in Parliament. In the recent past, due to failure to undertake due diligence, the same Roko construction company, together with the finance, entered specialized hospital in Iruboa. This Roko here we are talking about was part of the sweetener that came to Parliament, and we entered the shaded deal in Iruboa. To date, no substantive progress has been.
Can I have a clarification? Is it the same Roko building, Luboa?
Yes, when they brought here the Luboa estate proposal, right, Honorable Speaker,
No, I'm
to convince
saying,
Parliament.
is it Roko building, Luboa?
Chair.
I want a clarification.
No, the clarification I'm
so that
saying.
we move together at the same time.
Information, Madam Speaker. Paul O'Mara here. Right Honorable Speaker, Roko is no longer in Lubowa. They had a short stance. There was disagreement. I mean, Roko, they had a short stance there and they left. So they are no longer at site. They are no longer part of that construction. I submit.
To speak to here is that when they were bringing a package to convince Parliament for us to okay the Lubowa deal, a local brand was used. We were told it is Roko, and people said, if it's Roko, work will be done. 1 month, 2 months down the road, the story is what Honorable Mala is telling you.
Maybe there was a disagreement. We need to run away to buy coffee.
The question is that this Roko.
Well, let's go ahead. Move ahead. Go ahead.
To date, no substantive progress has been registered, and this prompted the House to reallocate 339 billion that was proposed for promissory notes. This to reaffirm the need to contract a competent firm to undertake due diligence before the House pronounces itself. Our recommendation on this point, right, Honorable Speaker, approval of the proposal be stayed until due diligence is undertaken by an independent, competent professional by government permanent secretary to treasury. This will inform decision-making process of this Parliament. Now let me go to the.
By the way, we are not on a procurement process. We are not doing procurement. So when you say that approval, we are actually seeking permission to acquire shares. The House is not doing the procurement process. You go ahead.
To affirm what the full impact of what we do. If we okay it, tomorrow Roko will walk out with this money. That's a fact. That has been the trend here. Now, a case for majority shares versus equity.
Members, the member is raising very pertinent issues. And as government, one, you need to, Minister of Finance, you need to develop a policy on bailouts of distressed companies, especially the local companies, because we don't want to kill the local companies. So you need to have a policy in place, a criteria in place on bailouts. And then you also need institutional safeguards. If you're bailing out, what is the safeguard of loss of public funds?
Right, Honorable Speaker, let's go for a case of majority share. The report recommends acquisition of preferential shares. We propose that government acquires, if need be, equity in the form of majority shares of up to 51% of any amount of share capital. Based on the current share capital, government would require only 16 billion. This will be in line with the presidential directive in as far as the acquiring of equity.
How much would we require to get the 51%?
Oh, 16 billion.
16 billion.
16 billion, 10-6.
1-6.
Yes, what I'm
We're
saying.
sitting in Uganda. 1-6.
1-6 kumi na mkaga.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Honorable Minister of Finance, are you getting that?
So
that we need a 51% if we are to have control of this company.
Yes.
And the fact that we have so many of our institutions that are under Roko. And your opening statement is really very good. Roko as a company does quality work. Very quality work. Now, we want to have the majority shareholding. Minister of Finance, right.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it would also not be wise to set the proportion based on current nominal value. For instance, based on the last annual returns made on 30th March 2021 to Uganda Registration Service Bureau, URSB, 10 billion indebted to DFCU Bank had not been written off the share capital. In effect, this will reduce the value of the shares to 5 billion only. In event of default, this would make DFCU the majority shareholder. Suffice to note that the attainment of majority shares will not extinguish ownership by current shareholders. They will only become minority shareholders. Once the company is afloat, they can reacquire all the shares. Therefore, acquisition of majority shares by government is the only credible safeguard of taxpayers' money. It would empower government with the legitimate right to influence the governance and the right. Honorable Chair, government should acquire 51% of the ordinary shares of Roko Construction Limited as the condition for acquisition of preferential shares. Give us control 100% and we give you our money. Smart deal. Otherwise, there is a risk that if there is no such conditioning, government may prioritize preferential shares. Majority shareholding will require that government has both a stake in ownership and control. It will also be in line with the President's directive of acquiring equity in the company. For once, let me speak for Roko. He said, I want to have local ownership and instructed the Minister of Finance to acquire equity. The President should not be shortchanged by technocrats. Now, let me go to another point. The risk of preferential shares, honorable colleagues. Preferential shares pose limitations, particularly on control. Unlike ordinary shares, where shareholders enjoy both ownership and control, shareholders of preferential shares only enjoy ownership and lack voting power. Hence, a preferential shareholder cannot influence the governance and the direction of the company. This is affirmed by the limitations detailed in the rights attaching the redemption preferential shares that were laid in Parliament by the chairman. For instance, government has a preferential share as a preferential shareholder will only attend the annual general meeting of the company, but cannot vote. And you have given your 207 billion, irrespective of being entitled, and this is where I want to emphasize, irrespective of being entitled to 2 seats on the board of directors with the veto powers on loan acquisition and the annual company budget. It is hoodwinking proposition and honorable colleagues list all other agreements where we are losing money. This is what technocrats do. They are called economic hitman. They sit in London and craft these documents to Africa and cheat our people. And let me explain, and you get to know the gist of the matter. They want us to have 2 seats, okay, on the board as the sweetener. Our 2 seats, they are saying we have veto power. On the veto power they have given us, they say it shall affirm to test code reasonableness. Now, in all material substance, where do you have a veto power that is subject to another veto? Now, reasonableness defined by lawyers, it means the official way of running things. That means if you want to exercise this power and there is a disagreement, they will take it still to the board, where you are a minority shareholder and they will vote you out. That is fair. And I wonder which school, if you went to the same school of economics like I did, Kefa, you should know this. And he studied in London School of Economics. Where I was taught here in Makerere. Now, the veto powers are extinguishable. I've explained that point. Now, our recommendation is preferential shares should only be attained after government has acquired 51% shares. Now, numerous cases of Roko. Right, honorable colleague, this I can speak for quickly. Roko has 27 suits of default. 27 lawsuits in a commercial court. And this is where we want to put our money without due diligence, without knowing the extent of all those lawsuits. We are not even sure that if we put in our 207 billion, it will be enough to salvage Roko, because there is no professional report to speak to that effect. Therefore, I recommend a comprehensive due diligence should be critical before Parliament addresses. Now, Madam Speaker, let me go to the gist of which you are alluded to. Is Roko domestic or foreign? Because this has been a debate here, and we spoke to it. During the committee meeting, the ministry in Uganda, based on its ordinary shareholders. It's a foreign-owned company. The 15,000 ordinary shares are owned by Swiss nationals, who include Jane, Mai, Francie, Kayla, who owns 12 of the 15, and Fred Heimer, just who owns 15, and Walter Blaster, who owns another 15. Now, let me go to Section 1 of the Investment Act of 2019 defines a local investor to mean a natural person who is the citizen of an East African community partner state. Are they? Two, a company incorporated under the laws of an East African company partner in which the majority of the shares are held by a person who is the citizen of an East African.
Honorable Haj, if I hold the dual citizenship, do I become a citizen? I am asking. If I have dual citizenship by law, do I become a citizen?
Now, Right Honorable Speaker.
I am asking.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a question you posed to answer. I'm not a
He is not a lawyer. I was asking. Honorable Chibumbi, can you continue?
Now, see, a partnership in which the controlling interest is owned by a person who is the citizen of an East African state and holding an investment license issued in accordance with this act. Based on the above definition and the appended criteria, fall under the categorization of a domestic investor. Rather, it only satisfies the criteria of a foreign investor as highlighted below. The same section 1 of the Investment Code Act 2019 defines a foreign investor to mean a natural person who is not a citizen of an East African partner state. The Swiss are not. E. Is it E? A company incorporated under the laws of any country other than that of an East African partner state. F. A company incorporated under the laws of Uganda in which the majority of the shares are held by a person who is not a citizen of an East African community partner state. G. A partnership in which the controlling interest is owned by a person who is not a citizen of the East African partner state and holding an investment license issued in accordance with this act. Now, unfair selection of Roko construction. The committee was informed that government has received several requests from financial distressed construction companies. Unlike Roko Company Limited, the rest were subjected to a comprehensive viability assessment by Ugandan Government Corporation, UDC. For instance, a committee learned that a viability assessment was undertaken for Abubakar Technical Service. Subsequently, it was determined that only 50 billion was required for a first-year investment. To the contrary, a proposal of 207.3 billion for Roko construction, which was not comprehensively assessed before being presented to Parliament, is 4 times more than that of Abubakar Technical Services. This is extremely unfair, and it demonstrates the selective approach of government in supporting financially distressed business. It should be noted that in the last 3 years, a number of companies, irrespective of size, have faced liquidity challenges. For example, over 4,200 small and medium-sized companies, including schools, have gone under. These 2,200 businesses were making substantial contribution in terms of tax, employment, human capital development, and service delivery. And unfortunately, they were never considered for a bailout. Instead, they were simply referred to Uganda Development Bank and Small Medium Enterprise Fund in commercial banks. Recommendation: the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should brief the House in the next sitting on all the businesses that have approached government for financial support and the status of their request.
Honorable Minister, 3 months of all the local investors
right
who can be given a bailout, and then secondly, we need a criteria on how bailouts are given out. So a bailout policy.
Yeah.
So we need that brought here, and then we see how the local companies should be.
Right.
If you're using Roko as a bedrock, then all the other companies should also be what? Bailed out.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the last one is the insensitive timing of the proposal. This proposal was presented at a time when, 1, citizens are gripped in financial stress. 2, citizens, particularly in the Karamoja region, are dying of starvation. And earlier we've been having here challenge of nodding disease just before this report. 3, the country is faced with this fuel shortage and runaway commodity prices. Teachers and local government workers are striking, demanding for an increment in salaries. And government has, as they fight for survival. A repeated response to the above challenges has been that government intervention is bad economics. that does not work, and we would address them when there are adequate resources. Right, Honorable Speaker, this minor report was signed by Honorable Hanifa. I'm going to call Honorable Nandala, Honorable Hanifa, signed by Honorable Sereko, myself, and Karim from Bali.
Thank
Right,
you.
Honorable Speaker, the last segment where we want this House to have an informed decision is to request Honorable Nandala.
No, you have 7 areas of dissent. Now, everybody wants to debate on this report. Everybody wants to debate on this report. Honorable members.
I beg to move.
Honorable members. When I hear what the shadow is talking about, is really raising very important issues. Very key issues. Both reports, when you synchronize them, are very good reports. They complement each other. They help in improving what is being brought in the main report. And as you said before, government needs a bailout strategy in terms of the criteria, who is eligible to it and who is not eligible to that. And governments worldwide take a stake in private corporate entities for strategic purposes. But what matters is, how do you do it? How is that company? And of course, in promoting Bubu, governments will always do that. And when you look at the preference shares is basically to safeguard the public interest, public resources. When our building are stalled as Parliament because there is no money, they cannot continue working. Minister of Finance, the IGG, health, a number of companies that have been undertaken by Roko, Cancer Institute at a standstill. We need to government can secure shares in the company, or it can lend a company and then recover when it completes from the projects that it is having. Such processes require adequate regulation and clarity of the policies to safeguard the money. When you do that, issues of due diligence must be done. All those issues audit must be done. You should audit the firm. In case you approve that you're going to buy shares, that firm must be audited first to understand what is available there. And this motion is specifically on Roko. How we wish as Parliament that it should not only be on Roko. Let's look at all the other companies. Let's look at all the other companies. Let's look at the principle. When we look at the principle, we shall be able to make a firm decision out of this. Of course, this brings unfair selection of companies, which have given a directive to produce within 3 months. When you look at the legal suits against Roko, these legal suits in any business, I happen to share business with Honorable Nandala, even as we have loans, and they sue us. They sue us and we also sue them. So you can't choose a person who sues you or what happens at the end of the day. And depending on, you'll say they have lost all the cases, but I want evidence that there are 27 cases that are there, lay on table, and then we proceed on those issues. But having cases is not,
You have rulings. They have rulings. But a ruling comes out of a case. Do you choose whether you should be sued or not? When they take you on election petition, you choose that you should be taken to court. So what we need to do is to take precaution on all this. And then when you look at, did you say they have a share capital of 15 billion? I'm asking Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker, you know I know my limitations of my capacity. I always rely on Honorable Nandala when it comes to matters accounting, because he's a reputable accountant. So can you?
What I have here, the documents I have here, which the Honorable Nandala wanted to leak out, that they filed.
Madam
They
Speaker,
filed.
Madam Speaker,
Listen.
because we know you're very.
Nathan. Requires that you give a notice for share capital and should be filed. You have a document there that gives you information that they filed. This was done.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So you will speak. This was complied as per section 73(1). A notice was also filed and gazetted in compliance to section 73(2). Therefore, this company has a share capital of 222 billion. That is the position.
Madam Speaker, you're right. The notice was filed on 22nd October 2021, and their final accounts are dated 31st December 2021. It means by law, at that time of the filing and by the accounts, this should have been reflected in the accounts.
Honorable reports to Committee of Budget. But the members who signed this, members of the Budget Committee who signed the minority report. Now what I'm saying, finance.
Yeah, right Honorable Speaker. No, it's okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree the top should read the Committee of Finance.
Yes.
And apart from only myself, the rest of other members who signed that report don't Finance Committee. I apologize for that inconsistency.
You see how civilized the Honorable Chivumbi is. Now for you raising, disagreeing with it. Omar, thank you. The minister had something to say. No, just hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a statement to support the Minister of Finance and the Chairperson Finance Committee, particularly coming as a sector minister responsible for public works. Madam Speaker, what we are doing as a sector, as directed by Cabinet.
Honorable members, as a minister in charge of construction. This is a construction company. And Nandala even doesn't have shame to talk before he's in law like that.
The Secretary General of we are working as directed by Cabinet. My ministry, Minister of Finance and National Planning Authority, to identify construction companies in Uganda that are supposed to replace those that have been coming to Uganda briefly to just make money and go away. And that is has resulted into colossal loss of resources by this country to those companies that have just come to transact business, and they are ready to run away within the discussion here from our records.
Madam Speaker, order. Madam Speaker.
There's an order from.
I'm sorry to give an order to my Amoran. I'm very apologetic. My in-law, and please don't take away my wife. Madam Speaker, the minister is alleging that companies come here and run away. On page 7 of the audited accounts of Roko, it has it defrauded Uganda, and it has tax areas where it came as a result of audit by Uganda Revenue Authority on fraud, and they are being demanded 9.19 billion shillings. And you are saying others run away. What about this one, which comes with intention to defraud us? How do you treat it? Is the minister in order to call others bad, yet Roko is a living example of a bad one?
You know, Honorable Chero is talking, whatever he's alluding is on the report. On the report. Just like you could make your own submission. It's just because you're a member of the committee that you're privy to all that information. The minister is doing what he was told to do. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that wise ruling. In the file of the Minister of Works and Transport, Roko has had an illustrious track record spanning beyond 5 decades in Uganda, where there is a lot of evidence of what it has done. The directive that we have and that we are working on is to identify all companies that are local, that are Ugandan, that need one support in different ways. The kind of intervention that the Minister of Finance has come to request Roko to us to do as Parliament is one such intervention. I want this House to know that in the next few days, we shall be presenting as a ministry, working with the National Planning Authority, specifically public works companies, those that are involved in construction, which are local, that need us to employ different tools. Some of the tools that we might be asking Cabinet and then eventually you Parliament to know and support include preferential treatment that will give to some local companies just to make them get on their feet so that they develop the capacity as we phase out the other foreign companies. So I want to beg this House to know that it is true, but Roko has been here for over 5 decades. Roko is registered here, and Roko has local support and local content. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought you'd come last. No, he's not a minister of finance. Ozzy. I am going to give you people to debate on this. So long as you're not a committee member. I'm going to give you people to debate. Yes, I've seen Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a procedure matter. Right Honorable Speaker, we have listened to both reports. And in the minority report, they were pointing out some issues. had not been privy to that information, and now that he got that information, wouldn't it be a procedure, right, Honorable Speaker, for the finance minister, and given that even the person standing in, Honorable Bahati, for the lead of government business, to give us a position on what the minority report hinted before we debate, right, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Minister, can you respond to what was raised on the minority report? Clarity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once again, I would like to thank the chairperson of the Committee on Finance for a good majority report, and also my friend, the Shadow Minister of Finance, for clearly highlighting the areas of weaknesses which government needs to address. And I would like to undertake to address them as follows. Madam Speaker, on the due diligence, since due diligence is a process and a precondition for some things happening, we undertake that after this stage, we shall continue and do the due diligence. Madam Speaker, when
Honorable members, as I said, let's debate. Let's stop the thing of populism, because we want cameras to see what we.
Madam Speaker, on the cabinet directive, which authorized me to proceed to this house, there is an issue which Honorable Chivumbi raised, and when I appeared before the committee, I presented that an estimate of about 950 billion is spent on an annual basis to the foreign companies which do construction work in this country. On the relationship between Roko and Rubowa, to the best of our understanding, Madam Speaker, there is no relationship. Madam Speaker, on the institutional safeguards, for emphasis, I had mentioned earlier that this arrangement has an agreement, and in the understanding, we have agreed that we shall have representation on the board by the two members. We have agreed that we shall have a chief internal auditor responsible for establishing an internal control environment which will prevent all the possible risks and all the possible frauds which we as government and parliament is concerned about. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chivumbi also raises a point on the lack of policy or criteria on bailout. Yes, it is true. We have been handling bail on case-by-case basis, but with now the guidance of the House, I undertake that we shall come up with a clear criteria on how to handle bail and other payments of this nature when they arise. Madam Speaker, on equity, on the 15 billion shareholding, Madam Speaker, this has since changed, and the shareholding is above 200 billion shillings now. I have evidence here, Madam Speaker.
There's a procedural matter from Tim Oduro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, under our rules, and they are spread across, beginning from the interpretation clause, going through to Rule 31 and 32. And this is a matter that, Madam Speaker, I require your indulgence that you give a substantial ruling because it will affect how we transact business in this house. When a report of the committee is laid, it is accompanied, and the definition of the report includes all the report. But the practice here has been that the report is uploaded for members, and then the supportive documents are hidden from members, and members are expected to debate this matter, and yet the committee drew their conclusions from some of those documents. Now, the minister is coming here and is now introducing a document that members do not have, and this will be subject, if it is not addressed, will be subject to litigation. Wouldn't it be procedural right, Madam Speaker, that the tabling as defined in our rules and spread across all other rules, whether the virtual table must contain all the documents?
Honorable Jonathan, what does Rule 31 say?
I will start first with now the interpretation clause, because they are spread, there are many.
Now, you've got a Rule 31, which is talking about laying of papers.
Yes, I said it starts from
And
Rule 2.
the laying of papers is different from the documentary evidence that is presented to the committee.
Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me,
Yes.
in our rules, I will even how we define what the paper is. I'll even define what it means to lay here. So let me start with the paper. Means any document in any form that may be laid on the table. It is in our rules. Any document in any form that may be laid on the table. I'll go to laying, which is in our rules here, what it means to lay.
Go to 32. Yes, Avor.
Sorry, the point, I don't understand the point that the member is labeling, because we laid all the documents, including the resolution which the minister has. So the minister has his own copy, but we've laid that among the documents that are in the file.
You are seeking clarification from me. You are seeking clarification on the documents you have laid. In our rules, we have amended our rules to provide for the physical laying and the virtual laying. And these documents are for the benefit of members of parliament. Of what value?
Honorable members, if you want the evidence of what was laid in the committee, they go to the library, go and have access to them, look at them. If you want to use them for legal purpose, please get copies from there. You can use them there in the library. Please, let him finish his statement.
Okay, Madam Speaker, much obliged for that
Thank
ruling.
you. Thank you. No, let him first finish what? You continue. You get a clarification from
Right Honourable Speaker, I have been with the Honourable Musasi, the minister, for quite long, and he knows what happened on Shudu Makubuya here with the Honourable Saida Bomba. From the president, I gave you directives. Did you take my advice? So my clarification, Honourable Minister, the good friend of mine, with both of us in the same rosaries, you've talked about due diligence to be carried out. You are an economist. What do you really understand by ascertaining goods before carrying out due diligence. You get goods in your possession before carrying out due diligence. As an economist, tell us what you understand by that.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate Honorable Sewungu's concerns. However, what I mean, you heard what the chairman of the committee said. There is due diligence which has been done. But because Honorable Chivumbi thinks and has convinced us, he has really justified that we need to do further due diligence. I commit that we shall do further due diligence.
Mr. Minister, you're right. Due diligence has been done, and I want to say you have done it. One of the process of doing due diligence is having the audited what? Accounts. And the audited accounts which the Ministry of Finance has relied on were done by PIM and a company certified public accountants. I don't know how long they have been there. But, Mr. Minister, as much as you're consulting the speaker, it says assets, now the non-current assets are 76 billion, current assets are 393 billion, giving a total of 469 billion. Then shareholders' equity is 61 billion. You will come. But current assets is 377 billion. For a company to exist, they say, what is your working capital? And the working capital, my chairman Kefa, is current assets minus current liabilities. So the current assets are 393. If you subtract 377 billion, you have 16 what? Billion. That means this company is worth it to work. That's the due diligence I'm putting up. Now, the moment if by these accounts is not due, then these accounts are forced, and the PIM and a company certified should be taken to the institute to be really found out. And if it's true, when they said the going concern, they said this company under the going concern, listen, this company is having a going concern. It is capable to move going concern on its own. It never said the going concern you needed to go to government and get money or go to the somewhere to get money. The going concern is very clear here saying the company is liquid. And the company, the moment is liquid, you don't come to parliament to seek money. You only go to banks, stock exchange, because these accounts talk for themselves. If you're in the London School of Economics, which I'm hearing, if profitability, which is here by 2021, is saying 250 chairman from London School of Economics, where we pass, for us, we pass by the doorway, could come here and tell the people of Uganda to fund a liquid company as far as these accounts are what? Concerned. Information.
Enos?
Information.
No. Yeah, member of the committee.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. He's a member of the committee.
He's making a clarification.
All of you who have been speaking are members of the committee. So I think it's right to clarify specifically what Honorable Nadara is saying. We all agree that government knows that the company is not doing well financially. That's why they're coming in. Now, when you say that they are liquid, yes, they could have been liquid as at 31st December. But their liquidity is based on the bank or the loans they get from banks. The purpose they are running to government, actually, which they are not running to government. Government is, wait a minute. Order, Madam Speaker, order.
Order.
I'm holding the floor. Order, they have said order, they have allowed the name.
Please, Honorable, okay, all of you members of the committee sit. Sarah.
Madam
Sir.
Chair, I was on the
Sir.
floor.
Onzi, after Onzi, Sarah.
Madam Chair, I want to associate myself with your guidance on why Roko, out of all distressed companies in Uganda, was picked. But since Honorable Kefa said supporting Roko will have some micro and macro impact on the economy, I'm now on the floor to make a contribution. But I think it is very, very important that the Committee on National Economy quantifies what that contribution to the economy would be, because you didn't say it. Maybe just for Honorable Kefa's information, when you were in the Committee of Natural Resources, you were the chairperson, you sent resources for irrigation projects, and a number of those projects have stalled. So you may need to reflect on what kind of recommendations you make as you lure this house into making decisions on a number of issues. Everybody invests in any company, there must be economic viability of such a company to make profits. I have not seen you make a strong case when we expect to turn around this company. We would have expected that you would lay plans. Unusual turnarounds are a product of the corporate governance. We would want to hear how this company is being structured. How is the management? Is it true if we put this kind of money, things will be turned around? We've not clearly seen you highlight that. Madam Speaker, it was mentioned here that government is going to be represented I wanted to know how much voting rights shall we have as a government to make decisions on matters of this company. You need to clarify that to us. You also mentioned several agreements, and this is where Jonathan's issue comes in. Article 159 of the Constitution, Article 159, subclause 5 and 6, talks about the need for Parliament to look through those terms of the agreements you are talking about and approve them. In the absence of those specific terms, which you claimed you laid here, they are not uploaded. We cannot make a reference to the specific clauses. How are we going to approve? I tend to think.
Is the agreement ready, or have you already signed? You're at what stage?
Madam Speaker, we could not conclude the agreement before parliamentary approval. What we undertake.
Honorable members, listen to what the minister is saying.
Right, Honorable Speaker. What we undertake to do after here is that all the recommendations and the concerns Parliament has, specifically from the minority report, shall be included and incorporated in the final agreement.
Before you disburse.
Before we disburse, yes.
Honorable Law.
Madam, I've not finished.
No, you're not going to sleep here, Law.
The implication of the minister's clarification is that Parliament is.
Law after Sarah, kindly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the initiative by government to bail out companies and local companies. However, Right Honorable Speaker, on listening to both the report from the committee and the minority report, Madam Speaker, I have sat and rethought, and then listening to the Honorable Nandala Mafabi. Madam Speaker, the statement by the ED of UDC should not be underlooked, where he said that Roko as a patient is too ill to undergo an operation. And before you go, before the operation, there is a need for stabilization. Now, this is a statement from the due diligence, but then also the Honorable Nanda Mafabi is presenting an audited report that shows that Roko is liquid. So, Madam Speaker, there is a serious mismatch. There is a serious mismatch, Madam Speaker. And I don't want this parliament, Madam Speaker, under your leadership, to be used to do the wrong thing, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, that's why he said an audit must be done.
Yes.
Proper audit.
Madam Speaker, I hold you in high esteem, and under your leadership, I cannot sit and watch and see people trying to drive us into committing serious political corruption, Madam Speaker. The president's letter is very clear, Madam Speaker, and should we disregard that letter, this parliament will be blamed at the end of the day, because the president's letter has been read, Madam Speaker. What does it cost us, Madam Speaker, for the executive to go and do what it is supposed to do, and that is the due diligence, and then come back? Then we can talk about now the report, considering what could have come out of that. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit, this parliament should not be used to do things the wrong way. Let us follow the right processes and bail out Roko. It does a good job. I appreciate the work of Roko, Madam Speaker. And there are many companies, Sembule, including Uganda individually, they are in need of a bailout. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I've listened carefully from the two reports, and I have drawn a conclusion that the two reports, in one way or the other, are strengthening each other. Especially the report from the minority has dug into details and provided insight on how best we can do these things. But in principle, even in the conclusion that the presenter read, in principle, we have all agreed. And also the Honourable Minister has agreed and concurred that steps have to be taken to improve on our systems, build institutions, to make sure that we ensure safety, equity, and sustainability in our ventures. But Right Honourable Speaker, I have the theater. We have all these procedures to be followed. If our government is to do that, how long are we going to do it? I have a hope when there was admission diligence that was done, the query was on the extent, that's what I listened to and got right. Therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, I am on the view that as we know our governance system, for now, let's move on as we keep improving our systems. We cannot hold To Right Honorable Speaker, I'm pertinent on the issue of equity. I would love that my government brings that report to show at least attention across the country. Example, we have Gaga Company, which is in Adjumani, not in Adjumani, but West Nile. It is serving the whole of West Nile, it is tapped. Let government come and support the equity content that is trying to bring forward on Roko, so that also other companies in the country are supported. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and for this.
Honorable Court. Honorable Court. On Court Boniface. Abe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the report of the committee and also the minority reports. And these are my views, Right Honorable Speaker. I do want to support the recommendations made by both reports on table. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I would propose that we need to give support and ensure that the projects which are already lagging behind, which includes Parliament's project, the Cancer Institute, Ministry of Finance, Mulago Hospital. These projects are very important to Ugandans and they must be handled. Right Honorable Speaker, secondly, there are Ugandan suppliers who were meant to supply and made supplies to Roko. They have not been paid up to date. As we sit here and discuss these issues, it's very important to consider these Ugandan suppliers. Right Honorable Speaker, the fact that government would be reporting to Parliament every 6 months, it would be imperative that we take this positively and act. We also need to look at the need for balancing all other companies as proposed. These are very good recommendations, but putting into consideration all these issues discussed in good spirits, Right Honorable Speaker, I would move that we support and offer funding for Roko. I thank you.
Honorable Kasolo. Kasolo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have sat and listened to the 2 reports. They are all good reports, and as a country, we benefit from them, and they really show the seriousness of all our members. But the honorable members, you have been in this country, and indeed, Roko has been around. I can assure you that Roko is one of the companies in Uganda which employs almost 97% of our Ugandans. I can assure you, this one I'm giving a testimony because my first experience when I left, I worked with Roko Samoa. Now, 97% are Ugandans. And all of them, most of them, I know them. Now, my issue is, as the government is planning for Roko, we have our own government companies, like a National Housing Construction Company, is also similarly facing this very problem of money. We need to really to make sure we support these companies. And indeed, if we left Roko to go, Ugandans will suffer a lot. Because Roko has proved to Ugandans
that it can do a very good job and it has exhibited a high level of doing work. Honorable members, I just want to appeal to you. I appeal to you that you must think twice. I know the reports talk to themselves, they are good, and yet government also has an obligation to put right so many things. But as myself, I really implore you to support to Roko, who have supported many companies. And we pray that we support Roko. Thank you so much.
Honorable Lord, then we shall have the Prime Minister.
The Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, listen to Lord.
I want to confirm it's coming to 8:15. This is the day the Lord has made. It could easily go down in infamy in this 11th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, unlike so many debates here with bills, this is all an ordinary debate, and the issues are not very difficult to comprehend. When I listened to my brother and old friend, the Honorable Chwanuka, I thought initially I went to the wrong school of economics. Then when he further made his submissions of the report, I thought I never went to law school. I almost requested as a point of procedure to ask the members of the committee to rise up that we can applaud them for this report. That it bears both the majority and the minority, and it's both signed by the same people. If you read the last 3 pages, it is the biggest pack of contradictions I've ever witnessed for the last 11 years I've been on this floor, right, Honorable Speaker. And I want to invite the honorable gentleman and chairperson read the report. Probably you'll have occasion to come back and say, Mea culpa, mea culpa. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance has laid the basics to us, namely that have knowledge of the shareholders of Roko at the moment. It can only be speculative because that's what due diligence gives you. At the moment, he has notice of allotment. He doesn't have. Or shares, only notice is available, it's not a confirmation of allotment. And for me, right, Honorable Speaker, why I said this, they could go out in infamy for this parliament. The government has a right to donate. Actually, the Minister of Finance can come here and make a plea for a donation to Roko. But for me to be a part of a conversation that this is a business, and therefore I am part of discussing business, this cannot be business. It can only be a debate for a donation. And therefore, when you want a donation or a grant, you are honest about your challenges. To which, right, Honorable Speaker, some of the reports available show that Roko has over $1 trillion in contracts
The same company has over 700 billion in already performing contracts. The same company has arrears owed by government over 179 billion, but it only needs 207. Right, Honourable Speaker, on 20th September 2021, the President wrote to the Minister of Finance to pay Roko 17.87 billion on account of money owed to Roko by the government of South Sudan. And I think the ministry complied. In fact, this report is part of the reports the Nagulan report. There is a report of Parliament, it's available. It won't be the first time government is doling out public funds to Roko for a song. So this House should not be invited in duplicity. If it is a grant, it is a grant, and we should discuss terms of a grant. Not business. This is not the way business is done. I am sure there are so many economists and lawyers in this building and accountants. They must be ashamed of debating this as business. That we go for preferential shares in a company. Who doesn't know the implication of being a preferential shareholder? You have no powers to vote. You are only given a preference because when the company makes profit, you have the first call only on dividends. And this company, where the vote holders have power, can declare zero dividends for the next century. See? So we should not really be invited on this really we should not really embarrass ourselves as members of Parliament. Right, Honourable Speaker, we have already made mistakes as a country. We have precedents of shares we have held in Achaka Sugar, in Speak Resort Munyonyo. They are loss-making companies, and they have governance challenges. And they are there on those boards, and we have failed to influence them. What's new about this particular transaction, right, Honourable Speaker? Right, Honourable Speaker, there was no independent verification of indebtedness, and the minister has considered that we do not know the extent of indebtedness of Roko, meaning that there's a possibility that the debt burden is understated. High possibility. And you see, I don't even know the owners of Roko. We thank them for what they have done for this country. We are not here to begrudge them. We are only here to execute a public duty. And this public duty is not political. I'd like to invite friends across that we ask that the minister humbly goes back and act neater. This is ugly. I want to return to make the same statement that if we recoil, this is a day in infamy for this House, for our members. Right, Honourable Speaker, to be consequential in my submission, I would like to move under Rule 59, okay, for a motion without notice.
Maybe when we were waiting, this would have
Honorable Law, I am sorry, I had.
I appreciate Right Honorable Speaker. And especially if the minister is negotiating a climb down, I can always patiently wait.
Honorable members, I don't think there is anything new that is coming from both sides. We have debated on this issue. I am giving a minister time to come back to this house with what has been raised, to rectify what has been raised. We cannot put a question now. Let's give a minister some days to come back and report back to the House on what action they have taken, what measures they are putting in place. Maybe they will change their statement in terms of lending, giving a loan or giving a grant. So we give it some days. Members, we adjourn the House to 2 tomorrow.